we're around 30 or 40. You calculate 25%. There are problems here. Using this as our sample, we have challenges. Okay. The good thing is that government has come out clearly, and counselors are now being recruited to serve that need. Okay. What problems do we have as a nation, as a country? There are problems with addiction, depression, poverty, and many others that affect our health and mental health and wellness. Okay. Having said that, what should you do as a student to become an expert or a professional in the mental health field? I'm now talking from the counseling psychology aspect, okay? We can go to the next slide. The first thing that has been emphasized, attend your lectures. Attend all your lectures. Don't say, we are given 80%, so I can miss 20%. If you miss 20%, I'm going to assess those missed lectures and factor them in the assessment. And know that you are not serious somehow. Okay? During lectures, maybe before I go to that one, for lectures, if something presses you, maybe you are ill or you have a close, death in the family or something like that, please inform your class representative or inform the lecturer concerned, okay? Don't just disappear quietly and then the next thing you come and say, I didn't come because I was ill. No, that is not acceptable, right? When in your lectures, turn off your cell phones. It is very irritating, very annoying when the phone rings and they go out to answer, then they come back. At the critical moment, when the lecturer, the class is unlocking something very important, that is when the phone rings. If you lose that moment, you have lost the whole lecture. So you should desist from leaving your lecture to go and answer the phone or make a call. Okay? Should you need to use the restroom, politely step out and walk very quickly and use the bathroom and get back to the lecture. Are we together? Sometimes I see a student might just get up and say, I'm going to the lecture and walk gingerly, slowly. No, that is not good. Remember, at university, much as we are trying to generate knowledge with you, we are also teaching you the soft skills to make you polished, to give you good etiquette, okay? To help you to understand how to engage with others, how to be around other people. Are we together? The soft skills, don't forget that one. Okay, let's go to the next one. Next, please. Okay, good. So, regarding your academic work, there are some tips I want to share with you. You can just click so that the heading comes. Yes. So, what do you need to study? Somebody asked the question. I think it was Pax. Yes, he asked this question. What should you do? Okay. One of the things, practice creative writing. Okay. Generate content by yourself first. If I give you a coursework to do, try to write something. Okay. These days, students just go straight to the internet and type and say, oh, I found the answer. But that's not you. Practice creative writing. Once you've generated some content, you should check for errors in spelling, grammar, syntax, and punctuation. I believe all of us here have done some English. Not so? Yes? Okay, the answers are coming. So we know English. We know how to check. We can use our computers to do, okay? Spell check. Thirdly, to start typing your own work. Typing your own work means you must invest in a laptop. These days, laptops are not so costly like they were some years ago. Okay? You can get a good, maybe refurbished laptop and begin typing from there. Gone are the days when you now take your work to internet cafe and somebody types for you. No. Okay? Start typing so that you develop your keyboarding skills and typing speed. This will come in handy when you have to do your own research. I have seen students who type their own work do fairly well in terms of completing the work and generally doing what is required of them on time. Those who rely on internet cafes lose their work, they pick up viruses. Just yesterday, one of them came and said, all my files have been deleted. When I asked him, what did you do? I went to the internet cafe, I gave them the things on the flash and they played around with it. No. So invest in a good laptop and start doing your own work. For your academic work, always cite sources. I'm glad AR mentioned somewhere about plagiarism. Okay, you are going to be taught how to cite, how to reference, and the format that we use for referencing is APA. I think 8th edition. Okay? Avoid plagiarism. Picking other people's work and claiming that it's your own. That is academic theft. Are we together? Academic theft. Someone who does that needs to question their integrity. Okay? You need to ask yourself, have I done the right thing? Okay? Am I a thief? Eh? That is stealing. It's a kind of stealing that quite different from someone running in the streets and picking something. But it is stealing. Okay? Taking ownership of work that is not yours. Lastly, we are saying avoid reckless use of artificial intelligence. AI is everywhere today. It's said that you are the AI generation. Eh? But in using AI, you need to be very, very critical. Okay? Don't just take whatever AI generates for you and say, this is like manna from heaven. It's there. Let me use it. You will do more harm than good to your own intellectual development. Okay? What I would recommend, if you want AI to help you, generate some content on your own. Then feed it to AI and examine critically, carefully, what exactly you need based on the content you already have. Okay? Of course, there are many other ways using AI which you are going to be taught. Are we together? Yeah. But not to just ask a question, then it comes. If you bring a coursework to me and it's generated by AI, I will go to the same AI and tell you that, you see, this is the AI that you are using. Yeah. Okay. And you'll end up telling me that, oh, I didn't use AI, I use IA. Okay. No. Okay. So let us be responsible when we use AI. Okay. And some students submit works that they did in a hurry. When you are given courseworks, assignments, give yourself time to do them. Are we together? Don't do it this afternoon and submit it tomorrow. You will not score good grades for that. Okay? I think we can go to the next one. Okay. And then also, learn to engage and collaborate with your peers. Okay. Engagement also extends beyond peers to your lecturers. Engage your lecturers. If there's something you have not understood, make an appointment and say, but sir, I did not get this very clearly. Okay. We want that interaction. Remember, under CBET, we are assessing you on things like engagement, collaboration. The assessment domain is very broad. It's not just tests, assignments. No, we are assessing you on very, very many little things. Okay. Also, conduct independent study. Learn to study on your own. Okay. Sit down quietly, maybe in the library or at home, and read something, do something. Some students have told me in the past that, me, I don't have time. I cannot read. So you only read on the weekend, on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The rest of the days, Monday to Friday, you don't have time. Please find the time to read. Okay? So strike a balance between self-study and study with your cohorts or course mates. Group discussions. Okay? Form groups and use those groups to examine issues, concepts, discuss courseworks, and so on and so forth. Okay. It extends to revising for tests and examinations. Okay? Some students study on their own, but I guarantee you, there is something that your cohort, your peer, will explain even more clearly than the lecturer himself or herself. Okay? Are we together? So, build the habit of revising, studying together. Consult lecturers when in doubt with assignments. Okay. Don't keep quiet when something is hard. Come to me and say, sir, I'm not getting this question. Okay. What exactly is it about? Okay. But don't expect me to write you the answers. Okay. You can come and say, I need some help. It's not very clear. But that doesn't mean now for every question I give you, you must come. Yeah? No. Okay. Occasionally you come to seek persistence. And then mentor, guide, and support each other. Okay. Support each other. When you see your colleague is in the habit of coming late, just go and find out what's the issue. So you always come late to the lectures. Okay? Or the lectures are going on and you are sleeping. What's going on with you? All right. That's a way of making somebody wake up to the fact that there is a challenge somewhere. Are we together? Okay. But of course, do it in a friendly, in a kind of way. Okay. Good. We can go to the next one. The other thing we need to start appreciating is time management. Okay. Plan your time. I think earlier on the DVC talked about Monday to Friday, and you don't have anything practically to do. How will you spend your time on those 4 or 5 days? When I was an undergraduate student, one of our lecturers said, account for each and every hour during the week that you spend. Draw a personal timetable such that if I ask you on Monday between 5 and 6 p.m., what are you doing? You should be able to tell me that at that time, I'll be engaged in this, and that, or I will be studying or doing something of that nature. Okay. So plan your time. This is something you should master at university. Time management. Come for lectures on time. That 10 minutes which we said you can still be allowed to enter into the lecture room. Well, some people will operate by that 10 minutes. Okay? For the next lecture, you come at 10 minutes. See, Now you compute how many hours you lose in a semester if you were to do that for each and every lecture. That is lost time. And time is a resource that once wasted cannot be recovered. Okay? So design a personal timetable. You also have lecture timetables that will be generated for you. Follow those lecture timetables, okay? Our timetables are clear and straightforward. Our lectures start on Friday from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. and then Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and then Sundays from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. You will see the timetables when they are finalized, okay? Good. And then for your submission of your assessments, your works, do so on or before the due date, okay? If I give you 2 weeks to maybe summarize a case study, present it on or before the due date. Don't come to me and say, I had a challenge at home, so it delayed me. Those kind of excuses are very, very unprofessional. And some of those habits, if you don't curb them at university, those are the same habits that will manifest themselves in your workplace. Okay? There are some people who cannot generate reports. The agency wants a report to be sent tomorrow. Okay? And you are given a week to generate it. You start generating it today. By the time you are ready to send it, the deadline has passed. Where did it start? It started from where? Your training, okay? It started from your training. So hold yourself accountable and do the right things when you are required. Also learn to multitask. Sometimes you'll find I have given you a coursework. The dean, Dr. Robinson, has given you another one. Mr. Lamto has given you. You have 3 courseworks and they're due on the same date. What do? Are you going to say, let me spend a week finishing one, another week, then another for the third one? By that time, you'd possibly just submit one. So learn to work, do many tasks at the same time. And that can be done by planning your time properly. Okay? Let's go to the next slide. There's this issue of ethical conduct. Okay? How should we behave? How should we conduct ourselves as students? Okay? One of the first things you need to do is to respect others. Respect your peers, your lecturers, university staff, and the community at large. Okay? Possibly we could also say, respect yourself. I think that is where we should start from. Respect yourself. Okay? When I find you outside the university and you are in some place, some shady place, and you are not acting, and then the following day, you are here learning about all the good things, all the values of society, there's a mismatch, isn't it? So begin to live the values that make society good to live in, okay? So respect your peers, lecturers, and all the others. Secondly, as DVC already mentioned, follow the correct protocols for raising issues or filing a complaint. Okay? When you have an issue, okay, follow the correct channels for raising that issue. Okay? Don't bypass officers that are maybe at the lower lower rank of the organization. Okay? You could even start with your class representative. Then from the class representative, you go to the lecturer, and then to the head of department, to the dean. Okay? that shows that you are learning something, and it helps us to support the system of the university, okay? The university is a system, and we need to protect that system. Make it work the way it is supposed to work. Are we together? So let's follow the correct channels. Don't bypass me and then you go somewhere. Then when the issue is raised, you come back to me, I say, I don't know what you're talking about, okay? And I'm not even interested anymore. So let's do the right thing in that regard, okay? The third thing there, maintain good boundaries with others. This comes back to respect. We all have personal spaces. Okay? Let's avoid things which kind of intrude on that personal space. You come to me and you ask, why you are wearing that color of dress? It doesn't look good. You're transgressing my personal space. Okay? Why did you make your hair like this, like that? It's not nice. That's not your business. Okay? So long as the hair is not blue or green, like you said, okay? Yes. So there are things that we say, that we do, which kind of step on people's toes, okay? Yeah. Let us watch our language, our attitudes, our behaviors, okay? Yeah. Are we together? Good. The fourth thing there, resolve your personal challenges. I think this is one of the most important things I would want to raise this afternoon. Resolve your personal challenges. Because these personal challenges prevent you from achieving your potential in enjoying life. Okay? So the issues inhibit you from realizing your potential and living freely. What are they? Students have issues, many issues. There are issues of depression. Maybe someone you are seeing came to you that morning and said, it is finished. I found somebody else. You see? And then you come to the lectures in your head when you're supposed to write an exam or write a test, and you fail that test. Okay? Some of us have performance anxiety. When the test is coming, you find the student is paralyzed. Okay? Others have anger management issues. Remember, we said at the beginning that 25% of Ugandans have mental health challenges, adults. Okay? Others have addictions, over drinking, addiction to the internet, social media. There are people whose hands have even changed shape because of holding the phone. A study was done in France of young children, and many of them had crooked hands. Okay? Some of us have low self-esteem. You have poor self, you don't feel good about yourself. You think you are not as beautiful as this other one. Or you don't have the correct proportions. Others lack self-belief. Some of us have health conditions. Some of us have negative attitudes. I had a student once who had a very negative attitude towards women. But at the end, he was able to overcome because he admitted that there was a problem, okay? And he sought help. We may have family challenges. The question is, what are your issues? You should ask yourself, what is my issue? If you identified your issue and find that it is what's stopping you from achieving your potential, then think about resolving your challenges. Are we together? In counseling, for you to begin helping another person or a client effectively, you must first sort yourself out. Are we together? And I think this does not only apply to counseling, it applies to all the other professions. How can you reach out and touch lives in a meaningful way while you have not touched your own life? Okay? So why am I bringing this? We have a counseling unit here at the university, which offers counseling services. Let's go to the next slide. Okay? It offers counseling services to individuals, families, groups, and the community to help them resolve psychosocial issues. So I would strongly recommend, if whatever it is that you have has limited you, you have not resolved it, make an appointment and speak to a counselor. Okay? Counseling is very empowering. Very empowering. Okay? It helps you to grow. Okay? It's very unfortunate for a student to come and say, I have not done well because these issues, next semester, these issues, the same issues keep on, it's like a cycle. It goes on and on and on and on. Okay? So let us resolve our challenges to make us better people. And possibly, this is the reason why we have these foundational courses. I think in IT, we have one called psychological wounds. Imagine you are a student doing information technology and you are being taught about psychological wounds. Something that is irrelevant. But you, the IT specialist, what are your issues? What are your issues? Okay? I'm sure you've interacted with many professionals outside. You find people who are brilliant in whatever they do, but they have, on the other side, all the most negative characteristics. I hope there's no nurse here. Is there a nurse here? She's there. Okay. So why? The person has not dealt with themselves. So begin to deal with yourself. Okay. Okay. So our counseling unit was established to empower the university community to resolve its psychosocial challenges. It's open to both students, staff, and the community outside. Occasionally, we have people who come and they seek the services. As was mentioned, the service is free. You don't pay anything. All we need for you is to make an appointment and give some of your time and genuinely share whatever is troubling you. Okay. We also do career and vocational guidance, and we have also run community programs and trainings. Okay, like we have provided trainings for teachers in basic counseling skills. Okay, and other projects have also been run. Dr. Henry, who is the coordinator of counseling services, asked me to just maybe add on something small, okay, by saying one of the key areas that the unit emphasizes is that students should strive to build their foundation in whatever career field that they are going to pursue. They should also develop good educational and supportive, networks and plans during their stay at the university. Okay. The next thing they need to do is to also practice whatever they are learning. I'm glad that the CBET curriculum will now help you to practice. It's no longer just about sitting and, writing notes and doing tests and going away. We are going to assess you on what you can do. Okay. Additionally, students should always have an inquisitive mind for learning. Okay. Okay. Read. We have a library. Okay. Use the internet to read, not just for social media. Okay. Follow current affairs. Okay. These days, people no longer read newspapers, I'm told, but I think it's a disaster. Okay. You can get online newspapers. Most of what we read are these alerts. WhatsApp sends something and then you read. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay. Also, love the course that you are doing. Okay. Whether you're doing Bachelor of Agri-Systems Management, Bachelor of Commerce, love what you are doing. Okay? You say, I'm just doing it. No. Love what you are doing. Okay. And all the courses that we offer here are significant. You are doing IT and you're doing critical thinking or understanding the Bible. Don't say, but how does the Bible fit into IT? I didn't see the keyboard in the Bible. One student say, oh, okay. All the courses are relevant, okay? Good, okay. And from time to time, be able to evaluate your own progress, okay? 3 years is not a very long time, but sit down and check yourself. How am I progressing with my studies? Okay. Lastly, constantly update your knowledge. Okay. Update your knowledge. So I think I've talked a lot, but most of my talk has also been possibly repeating and re-emphasizing what others have already mentioned. Okay? So I will take this opportunity and can make change the slide to thank you for once again choosing the University of the Sacred Heart. Those are my contact numbers. The 2 telephone numbers are mine. I could have given you others, but you will interact with your lecturers and they will give you your details. With my numbers, you can always contact me during working hours. During working hours, don't call me after 6 p.m. Okay, because that is my personal space. Okay, or 7 p.m. Say I need help with this assignment. No, that's my personal space. Then that's my official email. And regarding emails, all students should get the university email so that you get the identity of the university. Okay? Is that clear? We will start communicating with you through the official emails. And I think with those words, I will stop for the moment and thank you and wish you a productive and fruitful 3 years at the University of the Sacred Heart, Gulu. There's more that has to be said, but that will now come later on. Okay? So thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sir Victor. That is the head of department, counseling psychology. Maybe we also hear from that faculty something little from the head of department, IT. Madam, you're welcome.
And as you stay with us, we'll be available to attend to your issues and wish you the best as you stay with us for the period we'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Or I'll give the program for the students admitted in the Faculty of Management Science. So if you're an undergraduate student for Bachelor of Agri-Systems Management, Bachelor of Commerce, let me first start with that. We may not have classes today. Actually, we shall not. So you'll not. After today, please go home, rest. But tomorrow morning, we are converging in our different classes, and you're going to go through another departmental orientation. And just for that, if you are Bachelor of Commerce, please, on this very block, leave the middle office, the next classroom, that is where you'll be sitting. So tomorrow, 8 a.m., please report there. Sit there comfortably and wait. A team will come from the faculty to give you specific orientation. Students of Bachelor of Agri-Systems Management, at this point, we have not even taken, we shall take a walk, but the place that they will call the main hall, I think that's the widest hall in this university. Please just report, go straight there. Your orientation will be there. I think I can say something. I know the Bachelor of Counseling Psychology students, your classes are the most accessible ones. Classroom 1, Classroom 2, Classroom 3. Since you're in year 1, you automatically know where you fall. Classroom 1. Please go there. I'm sure your lecturers and head of department will be there for you. I'm told the BATE students study in their computer labs. As the BATE year 1, we are not yet decided, but I think let them report in the computer labs. The computer labs are just on this veranda. There are 2, the computer lab 1 and another place we call the reading room. Go straight there. So tomorrow morning, you may either find the lecturer already waiting. They don't want to be 10 minutes late. Please try to endeavor to reach on time. All right. A lot has to happen to set you up for your classes before tomorrow. I know, for example, the IT will be giving a session. Each and every one of you is supposed to receive a university email address. That university email address is very, very, I can't overemphasize. It's very important. So make sure you'll have it. And I know IT will let us know how soon we can have them. Postgraduate students, yours is a bit even more interesting because postgraduate students, we need to go through another orientation of our own. All postgraduate students in this university go through something called a kick-off session. That is one class. So you're going to have one class in the week starting on Sunday. So that means we shall not have postgraduate classes this weekend, but an email will be sent to you. There'll be a lot of correspondences with you starting Monday. You will receive access to your university emails, but on Thursday at 4 p.m., is it 2 p.m., there will be a kickoff session for all postgraduate students. You will be invited, and it's going to be virtual. You don't need to come here. On Thursday at 2 p.m., all postgraduate students will be invited. Then your first official class will be on Saturday. I will not speak much, but I wanted it's important that I introduce the team that will be working with you. This is for the Faculty of Management Science. This is the confirmed list of lecturers who will be interacting with you this academic year. First, in the faculty, I lead the team. My name is Dr. Robinson Otim, and I'm the dean, and I'll be leading this team. Miss Helen Lawino. Miss Helen, please stand up. Miss Helen is the head of Department of Innovation and Rural Development. The students of Agri-Systems Management tomorrow at 8 a.m., your orientation will be given by her and another team. But allow me to. Mr. Charles Komakech, MBA, he's not here. Mr. Charles Komakech, the students of the BCom program. Miss Lucia Chero, soon to be Dr. Lucia Chero, is right here. That's the people we'll be interacting with. We have Dr. Hilda Topasho. Dr. Hilda Topasho is not here. She'll be delivering her classes from the Law Development Center in Kampala. So if you'll be handling law-related courses, Dr. Hilda will be your lecturer. Dr. Janet Cox-Achora is based in Kampala. She'll be delivering classes, I think, Agri-Systems Management and the postgraduate students. She'll be your lecturer. Dr. Stephen Opio Ball, he's based in the US at Ohio State University. If you're doing business intelligence, you may be lucky that some of your classes will be delivered by him from the US. And that will also brings it to another point, the timetables. Depending on the times and the time zones of your lecturers is where your timetable will fall. In the US, for example, right now they're preparing to wake up. And that means at best, his class can start in the afternoon as early as 2 or 4 p.m. But we shall work that around. Dr. Thomas Opio Lapaka. Dr. Thomas Opio will be delivering his classes from Makerere University. He will be business intelligence, even guys in strategic management and leadership. Dr. Wilfred Lugemoy, UMI. You may be lucky to get chance class from him. Professor Engineer Peter Okidi Lating will be delivering classes to only postgraduate students. Please, you will have fun and learning and enjoying a lot from him. Professor Kalisto Locheng, who was the founding dean of the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. When he's available, he's willing, and if you have courses in peace, conflict, he's willing to do. If you're lucky, you may experience him. Professor Mohammed Said Bayat is based in South Africa in the University of Western Cape. He will be delivering some classes from there. The list is long. I will start from number 13. Mr. Alfred Opio will be on campus. Our students of Agri-Systems Management, he will be physical. Mr. Bernard Awich, he is based in Arua. Mr. Bernard Awich will be giving some classes in financial management. Mr. David Okello, he is on campus, will be interacting with students in BCom. Mr. Felix Odiomo, based at Gulu University, courses in accounting. Mr. Francis Arop, that's his best on campus here. He will be here, courses in marketing. Mr. Geoffrey Jara Lacogne, he's based in Kampala. These are courses in data management systems. He will be delivering your course. And just to note, a very big number of the people you see there are already PhD students. Alfred Opie is a PhD student. Bernard Awich is a PhD student. David Okello has been admitted for his PhD. Felix Odioma, I'm not sure. Number 18, Mr. Geoffrey Jara Lacogne is actually on the PhD scholarship of the university. He completes next year. Mr. Patrick Okot will be delivering his classes from Gulu University, but he will be coming physically here. Mr. Patrick Ochaya, based at Gulu University. Education institutions will share human resource. That's why people say, which university is better? It's the same brains, the same. We see Makerere and the rest, so we share a lot. Mr. Brian Muswa Wathum is based in Mukono. He's not very active now, but if you're lucky, we'll have him. Mr. Sam Okello Trevor Bwibo is going to be delivering classes in statistics. He is actually a graduate of this university. He was in the first cohort of our business intelligence class. He's doing his PhD in data science. So if you're doing business intelligence, you interact with him. Mr. William Amone, based at Gulu University, courses in entrepreneurship and economics. Mr. Yori Kideka, accounting. Miss Alice Atimango Nek, courses in agriculture. She's based at Ghent University in Belgium. The students of agriculture, you will interface with her. She's a PhD student also. Miss Gladys Ange will deliver her classes. She'll be on campus the entire semester, but she's based at Mountains of the Moon University, but she'll be on campus here for the entire semester. She's also completing her PhD. Miss Pamela Kohn, the students in agriculture, she'll be on campus. Miss Peace Proscovia Bear, who is one of our senior lecturers in the data science field, guys of business intelligence, she will be interacting with you immediately. She's also in the final phases of her PhD. Miss Winifred Ajok will be on campus, business economics, and no, she has his agribusiness. PhD student also, Goethe University. Dr. Number 3334, Dr. Michael Amos Jama. This was our alumni. He completed from here, but went and completed this PhD also. He is based in South Sudan, procurement and logistics, a PhD. We engage in him. Dr. Nathalie Naparo-Nek is in the US. She will not be involved in teaching, but in supervision of research and any projects that you may have. You will work with her. Last but not least, Mr. Fred Wokorach Okuya, who is our own IT officer. He is completing his master's from university in Russia. The names are very complicated. What is it called? Thank you very much. Master says 2 at once, yes. So if you have any doubt on the team, please don't be. You are in safe hands. Thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, the Dean. I think you've kept the time. Let's now finalize from a session from the chaplain. I think counseling service has already been handled.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think the time is not very good.
Good afternoon.
Approaching lunch, people are already getting tired, but all the same, I'll try to be straight to the point. I am Reverend Father Charles Oloya, a student like some of you, pursuing the Master of Science in Clinical Psychology from the University of Kisubi, graduating next October, if all goes well. The chaplain of the university, of course. So I want us to understand more about this chaplaincy. That is why I am here. The big question is, what is a chaplaincy? That is what we have to know. It is a pastoral service that supports the spiritual and human formation of the students. So your spiritual life is very important, your moral life is very important, and human formation. So the chaplain helps the students to grow in their relationship with God, develop their spiritual life, participate in worship and prayer, reflect on their vocations and purpose. Sometimes somebody can also feel the call. There are many vocations in life, but maybe you are interested in vocations to priesthood, to religious life, to any other life. So we shall always guide you accordingly. Develop moral and Christian values. That is why I am here. Receive pastoral accompaniment, build supportive community, and engage in service and social responsibility. So that is what the chaplain will be helping you through. So the chaplaincy also primarily accompanies the students spiritually, pastorally, and morally. So this is why this department is there. So what really students expect from the chaplaincy? What do you really expect the chaplaincy to do? We shall always offer Holy Mass. Holy Mass is there for students on Fridays and also Sundays. We have Mass here. Unfortunately, on Sundays, that is when you're in class, but also we shall the students' Mass is on Sunday. Then for staff, it's always on Friday. So that is what we have to know. And the Friday Mass is at noon. Then for students' Mass is at 12:30. Sacrament of Reconciliation, we also do that. Eucharistic adoration, catechesis, if there are others who want to go through catechesis, and also for some other reasons, for confirmation and others. So the chaplains can also organize retreats and recollections. So you really need those services. So when should the student approach the chaplain? When do you really need the chaplain? So you have to approach the chaplain when you need spiritual guidance. We are always there to help you. When there are questions about your faith, we shall always help you. When you are trying to discern your vocations to priesthood, religious life, any other vocations that you're thinking of, you can always approach the chaplain. For important life decision making, so you have something bothering you that you really need to be helped, so you can always have that time. For anybody who is grieving, so bereavement is always there. You have lost dear ones, your psychological state is not very good, you can always come to the chaplain and you also get the services. So when you're experiencing difficulty in family situations, we have challenges in life, in our families and others, with marriage life and all those kind of things. So when you have such problems, we shall always be there to help you. Pastoral accompaniment, to deepen your prayer life, and also you need someone to listen to you. The chaplain will always be there to help you journey with your life. So in all our interactions, I really emphasize confidentiality and privacy, very important. Be sure of that. Confidentiality will always be kept, but there are certain situations where there are limitations to confidentiality. That is something that you really need also to know, and the chaplain will not keep quiet. The rightful person will have to be informed. In case of any suicidal ideations, you want to take away your life. In case of a homicide, you are planning to do harms to anybody. Maybe you are planning to destroy properties and others. In case of abuse, in case of exploitations of all kinds, or safeguarding concerns. So there, we shall not really keep quiet on that, because the law may need to know certain things, so you need to be aware of that. When should a student seek help? When do you really need the help? So when you feel overwhelmed by a certain thoughts that you really need to know the answer, you can always contact the chaplains. When you cannot manage your emotions, you need some emotional intelligence, so the chaplain will always be there to help you. Your academic performance is declining, and you don't know why it is being so. So you can always come to the chaplain, or you go to the counselor and you get the help that you really need. You're experiencing persistent anxiety or sadness in your life, you need some help. So when you're struggling with relationship in your home, in your family and everything, when you're grieving, experiencing trauma, so the chaplain and also the counselors will always be there. Your problem with substance use, you have questions with your faith and purpose, the chaplain will always be there to help you. So the student's responsibility, what is expected of you when you come to meet the counselor, maybe you come to meet the chaplain. There are certain things that we really expect you to have. Be honest during counseling or maybe interactions with the chaplain. We really need you to be honest with yourself and what you're really trying to share. Attend schedules, appointments, participate actively in the helping processes that are there. We really expect from you. Respect confidentiality. In the interactions, we shall always be sharing many things. There are also disclosures from the chaplains, maybe from the counselors, so everything should be the environment or confidentiality. Followed agreed recommendations. Sometimes in your interactions, decisions are made, recommendations are made, so you need to really take care of those. Ask questions when they do not, when you don't understand something. Please, you try to ask, because questions will always clarify many things. that you have not understood, seek help early. Sometimes you come when you are completely depressed and all those kind of things. When you are late, helping you also becomes a little bit challenging. So try to be as early as possible when you have problems. Respect the boundaries of professionals, okay? When you come for counseling, when you come for interactions with the chaplains and what have you, boundaries must always be kept, okay? So counseling is a helping sessions that you really need. And interaction with the chaplains is also that kind of interaction. So your boundary is very important. Take responsibility for your own growth, okay? Counseling service is just to empower you, okay? Your interaction with the chaplain is only to empower you, not giving you answers. So the real growth is upon you. You have to take them very seriously. So what the chaplains expect also, what the chaplain is not, okay? So our services, when you come for the services, come to the chaplaincy, it is not a place for gossip. So come with a problem. You have a problem, come and share your problems. We shall always be ready to listen to you. It is not a place for punishment. You are not being punished. You are coming for seeking for help. Very important. And especially the counseling students, tomorrow will go for counseling, doing those services. You are wounded healers, okay? You yourself, you are wounded, and you are going to heal somebody who is also wounded. So what do you really expect? It is really important and necessary that all the counseling students should also have their counselors where you go and offload your problems so that you can really be relevant wherever you are. So counseling services, or maybe the chaplaincy, is not a place where the students are judged or humiliated. You come there to get the help. We shall not really do that. So this also interaction is not a substitute for academic or administrative demands. Maybe you're facing problems with administration, maybe with academic and everything and what have you. That is what you have to know. You are not really substituting, but you are being empowered to face your academics and the administrative issues. So chaplaincy is also not to debar you from your medical treatments and other things. Your treatment must always go on as it is really planned. So there are 10 things that you as students must really be aware of. You are not alone in whatever situation you are going through. Somebody is there always ready to journey with you. So don't die alone. Your mental health matters a lot to us. When you come here, we want you to be healthy so that you can study well and achieve whatever you really want to. Asking for help is not a weakness. Sometimes that is what we think. You die silently and alone. That should not really be with you as long as you're still here at the University of the Sacred Heart. We are always there to help you. You do not have to wait for crisis. Seek help earlier. This is what I've already talked about. Don't reach that state of psychological kind of depression and whatever so that you come for help. So seek help early. Know your chaplain. Know where you can find him. Know your counselor. Know where you can find that counselor so that you get really the help that you really need. Protect your relationship. Very important. Sometimes what gives us a lot of anxiety is your interpersonal relationship, okay? Or maybe the relationship with your friends somewhere there. So when it is stressful, it can always affect your psychological health. So take care of yourself. Sleep, have good nutrition, exercise yourself, pray, do some recreation. It is very important. And healthy relationship, very important for yourself, especially for the young ones. You really need those, even those already settled in the families. So take suicide concerns seriously, because you will not only stop by verbalizing it, but you can also sometimes get yourself really dying because of that. So please take yourself seriously. And when you hear somebody also verbalizing suicidal ideations, please don't keep quiet. when you hear somebody says, "Oh, one time I will leave this world," when you see somebody begin to give valuables away, okay? When we hear somebody all the time wishing people bye-bye and what have you, try to process that person well, because you never know, somebody can die when you're seeing. So grow as a whole person. We need really a holistic kind of growth. Emotionally, you have to grow. Psychologically, you have to really go physically, socially, and all those other areas you really need to grow. So some reflections, questions. What do I really hope to achieve at the University of the Sacred Heart as you are here? What are you here for? What kind of persons do you really want to become? What are your strengths and the weaknesses that you have? What challenges do you think you might really face in life? How do you normally respond when there are some stressful situations, anxieties, and all those kind of situations? How do you always respond to those? To whom can you really turn? Where do you have to go? So these are some of the questions that you really need to ask yourself. How will you maintain your physical and mental well-being as long as you are still here? So what role will faith play in your university life? So you need to begin planning. Life is about planning. Unless you plan life, you cannot live life, okay? So you need really to plan early enough so that really you know what to do. So what kind of relationship do you really want to build? Because sometimes you think you're already at the university, you're already free. Ask yourself, you're free from what and free to do what? Okay? Are you really free after doing what you think you're free to do? So sometimes those are some of the questions you need really to ask yourself. How can you use the education and the services that you will always have here? So, dear friends, with these few remarks that I've really put, I would really want to ask you to pursue knowledge with discipline and integrity. Learn. You need to really learn. You need to pray. When you pray, you develop your relationship with God and seek spiritual guidance. You need also to grow. And in order for you to grow, you need to develop emotionally, psychologically, socially, morally, and professionally. Okay? So also we are called upon to be charitable. In order to serve, use your education, talents, and gifts for the good of others. When God blesses you, it is not only for you alone, but it is also for others. Okay? Whatever you have is not only for you. Share whatever gifts God has given to you with others. So whatever you do, do everything for the glory of God. 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 31. Welcome to the University of the Sacred Heart. I remain Father Charles Roy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the chaplain. It's already 2. Think I would, yes.
To emphasize one thing, which chaplain has already mentioned. We are a Catholic university, but sometimes when we interact with the people, they seem not to really understand. They think that everybody who is supposed to work here or study here must be a Catholic. I just want to assure you that being a Catholic university, we still welcome anybody of any faith as education here. Our staff are not necessarily Catholics. We are Muslims, we have people different Christian denomination, they're all working here. So feel very free, okay? Feel very free here. You don't want anybody. That's not our mission here. We just want to offer services and education. That is very important because somebody one day asked me, I want to apply for a job at the university, but I'm not a Catholic. Shall I be considered? I said, if you have the qualifications required for a particular job, you will. Qualifications is not on academics, even your own behavior. But if you're reckless, even if you're a Catholic, we don't employ you here. So please feel very free. And I just want to appeal to you that as we talk among ourselves, we may be giving examples here and there, but we should be mindful of the example. If you give examples in this group of Christian or this group of religious people, do this, be mindful of your language, be respectful of your language, okay? That is very, very important in a society like this, so that you don't say, we are not doing that. For example, these people who say, when I do all the Catholics do. No, we don't do that, okay? We are welcoming, but there are rules and regulations for every faith-based. For example, in the Islamic University in Uganda, if they say all the ladies should put on cover their head, that's okay, okay? There is nothing strange there, in case they say it. You still do that. That's why for us, even when we offer the Bible study, we're not saying that we should offer the Christian Bible so that the others will share. No, but just offer that, and you see, if you see something good there, you pick. If you don't see anything good, you keep quiet about it, okay? So feel very free. Do not hesitate to go and consult the chaplain, even if you are a Muslim, okay? If there are certain things which he can help you, he will still guide you. Thank you.
So,
Thank you. So I think at this point, let's break for lunch. There is lunch at the guest house at affordable rate. So the guest house is right besides this building. Could use this corridor or pass from. So let's converge here at exactly 2:30. I think we are giving ourselves 30 minutes.
For members online, I ask you to write your correct names, because others, there's the the name of the model of the phone you're using, others their numbers, so we cannot take note of who exactly you are. Please ensure you put your exact name. Thank you.
You're most welcome for, I would say, the last bunch of sessions. Those online, do you copy me?
Loud and clear,
Those-
sir.
Yes, we're getting you, Mr. Kidega.
Thank you. So next in our program is a presentation from IT officer. So Mr. Wauraj Fred, you're welcome to come and share with the new students.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, welcome back from the lunch break. I'm going to take you through the Department of Information Technology, especially the Service Department. You have to take note that we have two departments of IT. There is an academic department and a service department. Ms. Chopista, she is the head of department of the academic and the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. While my office, Information Technology Service Department, is under the Directorate of Finance and Administration and the main administration. So this is going to be a guide about our office, the IT office, the campus resources, policy, and the digital tools that you will use to enhance your learning so that you can have a fruitful experience. Can you please help? Someone? Can you please help? Well, we shall cover a few areas. I will take it quickly because it's a bit broad. We have the IT office, who we have, the resources that we have that are under our management, the policy, some of the few acceptable use, lab rules and regulations, the university email, and the e-learning tool that we use, especially the Google Classroom. and maybe just a few information about our social media sites. So those are the areas that we shall cover. Now, the IT office is actually your first technology stop point in the university. We serve both students and administration. We serve both the teaching and the non-teaching staff. So basically, we are the center of services in the university. During the tour, they will show you our location, but we are between the lecture room 1, at the corner between the lecture room 1 and the academic registrar's office. We are always open from Monday up to Sunday with rotational basis from 8 in the morning to 5 p.m., excluding public holidays. And the email for IT support, in any case you need any IT support, you use that email, it@ush.ac.ug and it02@ush.ac.ug. For the helpline, I put a WhatsApp there because, as you were informed earlier, I am always not available physically. I'm a student for master's in Russia, so anytime soon I'm actually leaving to go back. But then there will be a person who will be physically here. But in any case, in my absence, I'm still having access and support to the students. So anything that relates to online services, you can always reach out to me. That's why it's very important to take that number. Now, what are the services that we handle? We have account creation and configuration for both the students and the staff, including password resets. Sometimes you lose your password, so this one you cannot set it on, you reset on your own. You must reach out to IT office if we give you the university email, which I will explain later. Then we have the managing the campus local area network and the Wi-Fi. We have access points, about 6 different access points that you can always access our services, especially the internet. Then we have the hardware and software troubleshooting. We also help support students. Sometimes you encounter problems with your laptop or maybe your computer or devices. You has to help you fix or check it up. Then we manage 2 computer labs that will be shown, and each of the computer labs has the clients which you can use to access the university resources, including classes. I already talked about the students' email. Then we also look at the general technological guidance. So, what are the IT resources which are available to you? One of the resources that you will always frequently use is the campus internet Wi-Fi. We have both the LAN and the Wi-Fi. So for you to connect to the LAN, you will have to give us a proof that you're a student. At least we keep in touch with the academic registrar's office to know, because we cannot just give it to anybody. These are paid resources. So we give to students. So once we confirm you're a student, then we give you the access to the internet, especially the Wi-Fi. And then we have e-library resources, our library, and we'll talk about it later. But it is also, we have a component which is already part of the IT resources, because once you check in our website there is an e-library, and to access that e-library, you will have to get the credentials from the librarian. So that one is also part of our money. We maintain the databases online. Its online presence is on our site. Then we have the computer labs, as I said, which remains open. And we have licensed softwares for learning, especially students like BATE. They will always need some softwares to perform their daily assignments and courseworks. Then we have Google Classroom. Google Classroom is an e-learning platform that we use for our learning, which allows you to join online classes through Google Meet. You can also submit assignments and also be graded. So the lecturer can see all of you. There are always like streams where maybe the lecturer can give an assignment or coursework. And for you, you can submit through that. And then the grading is also done instantly. So there is that transparent interaction with the Google Classroom. That one I will demonstrate. Then lastly, we have the university email. This is going to help you facilitate your communication with the university. In any case, you have any interaction with the university, it's advisable that these emails we will create for you, you should put it at your fingertips and use it frequently. Now, what are the IT policy? This is just, we have a bigger policy, but I have just picked only a section that covers broadly what you do as a student. Now, what are the things that you're supposed to do? Use university systems for only academic and research purposes. Don't use the resources like the internet for other things which are not for academic and research purposes. Protect your login credentials and log out of shared computers. Assuming you go into the lab, you want to access something, make sure that you log out after using that because it's a shared resource. Once you leave your email, in any case, somebody comes and tampers or sends some unsolicited emails, it will be a problem to you. Because if it's reported to us, we take actions. And then report any suspicious email or security incidents to the IT office. Respect software licensing and copyright restriction. This one, especially the students who uses the lab, sometimes they want to try to install something on our computer. Yes, you may not have the administrative rights, but because I am a student of IT, so you think you have now gotten a way of hacking into systems. That one is criminal in nature because we don't want to be part of fraud. Now, what are the things that you are supposed to, okay, keep your device software up to date using your phones. You have to always update them. Now, what are the things that you're not supposed to do? Sharing your password and letting others use your email. You know, for example, there may be isolated cases where we have female students and they give their phones with their email to their spouse, but the lecturer, assuming the student is a coordinator, class coordinator, and you know, we have also male lecturers, they're sending notes, they're sending you information. So your spouse begins to accuse you falsely and uses your account to write maybe bad emails to the lecturer because he has been seeing communication constantly coming from that person. That is very dangerous because it can create a system breakdown. So your advice, it's your email, not your spouse email. It's your personal email to facilitate your official communication. Downloading and distributing pirated softwares and media is also unacceptable, especially with our resources. Using university networks for commercial activities. There are others now who do, like, they call it blogging, online bloggers. They will come here and start shooting videos about politics, talking about it. This is unacceptable. They begin to upload it, showing the future of the university, and then attempts to bypass our network security or access controls. We have systems to detect this. So once we notice you trying to, because once you log in to our system, your device is automatically registered and we know who is using this device. So never try that. And then sending, harassing, threatening, and abusive communication. Use the email. If there is an incident that you are reporting, report it in an appropriate way instead of using an abusive languages or obscene communications. Now, we have a very strong emphasis on security and data protection. Firstly, you need to have strong passwords for your emails or devices. If you have your laptop, you have your email, make sure you have we advise you to have very strong password of preferably 12+ characters, or change it immediately if you receive any alert from Google that somebody was trying to access your email. Make sure you change it. Secondly, the IT office never asks for your password by email. Report any suspicious messages before clicking any link. Once you receive any link, don't just click it anyhow. Make sure you report. If you find, if it's something that is usual, maybe from your lecturer, it's understandable. But if it is coming something I'm sure of, never make any mistake of clicking it, but report it to the IT office. Then keep your personal laptops and phones updated and only connect to the official university networks. Now, for data backup, this one is very crucial. Usually when you're preparing to make presentations, you need to have a backup. Now, the university email comes with a bigger, with some space that allows you to keep all your things in the drive. You will have a Google Workspace email for the university. It has space to store enough of your study materials until you finish, especially the ebooks, maybe assignments, courseworks, tests. You can actually store them there. Now, sometimes people keep it in their flash disk and they displace the flash disk in time when you have presentation, 1 or 2 hours. But if you back it up in the cloud, it is much better. You can access it anywhere, anytime. So this is a very serious precaution. Many people have suffered. I had a friend who was a PhD. He had like a month to present. He was using the same laptop. He never even had time to back up, but somebody just stole his laptop and he lost everything. Imagine wasting 3 years. Now, we have some few rules, but you will read more in the computer lab. We have the basic rules governing our computer labs. Now, one of the things that users are not allowed to remove any IT equipment from the lab. This has to be very clear. Without permission from the lab attendant. Any form of such action will be considered as theft because these things are locked with a padlock. So by trying to remove it, that's already breaching the system that we have put in place. Do not eat or drink in the lab. As you are aware, these equipments are very expensive and things like fluids, if it enters in the keyboard, it can cause us problems. Now, computer labs are strictly for academic purposes only. Therefore, you are encouraged to maximize our learning capacity and avoid accessing sites, for example, pornographic sites. The followings are also deemed as inappropriate, like downloading movies, music, maybe chatting during lecture hours, you're chatting on Facebook using the lab, and also like playing games. There are others who like playing this solitaire and other games, FIFA. So it's advisable that don't try that. It is strictly for academic. And then users must log in using the right username and passwords. They will show you how it is. There are instructions on each workstation. Do not unplug any equipment from the network or plug in any equipment into the network without the knowledge of the lab attendant or the IT personnel. Now, always make sure you shut down the computer in an appropriate way to avoid any loss of data. Users are only allowed to enter in the lab in the presence of the lab attendant. Now, official communication, your university email. I have been talking about it. Your university email is the official channel for registration deadlines, exam schedules, lecturer correspondence, and emergency informations and alerts. It is required to access, and it is also, the university email is required to access your Google Classroom and other academic tools. This is the cream of the matter. Without the university email, you cannot access the Google Classroom. It is impossible because it is linked to the university domain. Now, the format of the university email is like that. For example, let me say, gentlemen, what's your name? P.U. Kenneth. Now, the way we put the email is that you have O. Kenneth. It is your surname in abbreviation. So if you have like two names, maybe like for me, Fred Wakorach Lukwia, that's why it is F.W. Lukwia, okay? If it is, say, our assistant academic registrar, Samuel Kidega, so it is S. Kidega at USH, okay? So it will always come in that instance, but there are some exceptional cases where it differs because there are other people who are already here with the same name. So now it cannot work, so we will add another thing. So it may slightly differ from this format, but generally it takes this form. And then, So these are the processes. The emails are going to be created. Unfortunately, it's not yet ready now, but tomorrow it will be available for all the postgraduates and the undergraduate. By the end of business tomorrow, it will be there. I hope all of you have submitted valid emails. Your Gmail accounts, the ones you submitted in application, hopefully they're all valid because we create this account from our side. It sends you an activation to your Gmail account. It is from your Gmail account that you can now activate it by changing the password to what you prefer. Once you click that link in your Gmail, now you will be able to change to your own password. Then you can begin to access them. So hopefully all of you have valid email addresses. Now, so we shall create it and temporary passwords are sent to you. As I said, once you enter that temporary password, it will now ask you to put the new password, which you will now be using frequently. And then, so after setting the new password, you can now add it to your personal device. You can add it to your phone, you can add it to your laptop. Now, this is the rule. If you have a phone and it doesn't have a PIN, maybe a fingerprint, maybe PIN or password, this email cannot accept to be added on that phone. It can be added, but you will not access because, as I said, this is specifically for you. So it cannot allow open devices that I have my phone, no, I don't have any password, I don't have anything. It will not accept. So you need to set that. Then, one of the things is that you have to check it down and check the emails daily because all communications from the university, from the VC's office, from the academic registrars, from the deans will always come through this email from your lecturers. So you are advised to have it, checking it every day. Now, we are going to also create group class emails. For example, we have BCP August 2026. This is the new group. So a group class, email will be BCP August 2026 at USH with all the students of BCP in that same email. So for you, you don't need to write each and every name. Once you use that email, you can send it to all the students of BCP. Similarly, when we have BIA, SML, Strategic Management and Leadership, it is just like that, okay? So we will also avail to all the students so that you know that if I want to send to this class group, this is what I use. Next. Now, the best practices for our email communication. One is use a clear subject line, okay? What do you want to communicate? For example, if I want to communicate about the start of semester 1, the subject line should be start of semester 1, August 2026. So it should be very clear. That is like the title. When you're writing a book or you're writing something, there must be a title. It must be very clear. For example, if you're submitting an assignment, you need to spell it out clearly. Then address the recipients. It is very important for you to address somebody correctly. Knowing your lecturers is very important because it's embarrassing for you to call somebody, hey, Mr., and yet he's a professor. That is a very distinguished title. You can't just become a professor by myth. It's something somebody worked hard to get it, and so it is disrespectful to not understand somebody and address the person wrongly, that dear sir or Mr., and yet is a professor. Or like, for example, we cannot say, hey, dear Mr. Charles, and yet is Reverend Father Charles, okay? So this one, you have to know it very clear. When you are addressing your emails, first contextualize, who am I addressing this to? Who is this person? What is this academic title? Somebody said in the morning, in academia, titles are very important. Knowing somebody, their ranks of qualification, they were introducing themselves. You heard, somebody has a PhD, a doctorate, and an academic doctorate, not an honorary. So you can't really leave out and call him Mr. You have to, like Reverend Father Dr. Gino Mwara. You cannot say Reverend Father and you stop there, because that title is also part of his achievement. Now, be concise and proofread. Make sure you reread your work before submitting. You are now a student of bachelor's or a postgraduate. You need to be thorough. Proofread your email. Allow response time. Once you submit your email, submit it at the right time and wait for the response. At least 1 or 2 business days at most, you will be responded to. But if it is urgent, for example, if I am not here and you send for me a message that you need a password reset, assuming I'm traveling in a bus, going somewhere, I may not be able to fix that immediately, but I will tell you, I will respond that later, I will do it. Now, keep your emails very professional. Avoid slangs. Nowadays, people don't even know which one is slangs, which one. Like you are greeting, hi, yeah? In an email you are sending to the dean, you're saying, hi, dean. It's funny, but keep it professional. You should be able, as a student, to distinguish between the professional aspect and maybe the friends level. Others put emojis. And somebody smiling, you comment by smiling emoji. So it's really unprofessional. And then sign off clearly who wrote the email. Give your full detail, okay? Who you are. For example, when you saw in my slide, I described briefly who I am. I'm a student, but also I'm a graduate of business intelligence and data analytics of this university. We were the first lot, 2021, 2022. At least somebody will understand who I am. If I am the IT officer, it is clear. So make sure that you write, when you're writing email, identify yourself at the end properly that I am Mr. This, I am a student of BCP 20, year 1. Now, I'm going to the last part of my presentation, Google Classroom. I talked about Google Classroom before, and I said this is an e-learning platform that we use for our online classes. For postgraduate, this is unavoidable. You have no escape route. You must use this. For undergraduates, most of their classes are in class. So they use it, but not up to the level of this. But there are other classes who are now using it almost fully. So what is Google Classroom? Now, Google Classroom is a learning management system developed by Google for e-learning. Back. Okay, so it's an online classroom management. So Google Classroom is like the real classroom that we are sitting, like right now we're in a classroom. Now, it is for educational purposes, allowing controls of the classes by the lecturers. The lecturers can control the classroom. It's like a normal classroom. So it's a free blended learning platform developed by Google for educational institutions that aims to make life very easy by creating and distributing and grading assignments. So the primary purpose of Google Classroom is supposed to streamline the sharing of files between teachers and students. So this was developed in 2014, but we signed an agreement with Google in 2017. Now, some people are aware of what happened during COVID when they had to stop everything. For us, by that time, we were already well versed with the e-learning. It was in existence. That's why for us, we started the business intelligence in November 2021. We started online. We were not even coming here. So this online thing is not a recent thing, something that has been long overdue. Now, Google Classroom was launched publicly in 2014. So why do we prefer to use Google Classroom? First of all, its user interface is easier for you to understand. It's not a rocket science, just not even complicated. It allows content creation and management. So the lecturer can manage the content, like adding notes, maybe adding things like slides, can even share the links for videos for you to watch later, because there are some video tutorials that your lecturer may refer you. You remember in the assessments that we talked about in the morning, there are assessments which are done online. I mean, like your reading time, your private self-study has a longer hour. So the lecturer can just post in the assignments, post for you things to do there. Now, there is an easier assessment management. As I said, with the Google Classroom, they can even set assignment, it marks itself. You finish, you submit, you already know I got 40 out of 40. So you don't even need to stress the lecturer. I know this one, you undermarked me, because it's self-marking. As long as the lecturer has placed all the correct things and the marking guide, it is clear. Then it is very easy to use, and also it is responsive. They develop with the principle of mobile first, so it's easier. You can use on your phone. You don't necessarily need just a laptop. Even on these Google phones, Android phones, you can use them. So how to access the Google Classroom? To access the Google Classroom, we have two ways. One, you can access it from the browser. The browser, for example, Microsoft Edge or maybe Explorer. We have Mozilla Firefox, Opera, Yandex, Google Chrome. So you can open any of these browsers, and then on your browser, type classroom.google.com. Now, once you type that, it will ask you to put your username and password. There now you have to use your university email and the password, okay? If you use your Gmail, you're going to see an empty Google Classroom. But if you use the university email, it will show the classroom which you are enrolled in. Now, the other way of accessing Google Classroom is through your email, your university email. You just log into your email inbox. Then, I think for people online, you can see, Now you see, once you log in your Gmail, you've ever seen something like that at the far right top corner. So those 9 dots are Google applications. Now we have more than 9. Because of space, it will only show 9. But our contract with the Google, it has many other apps that you use, like photos, maybe things like Gemini, I think is also there, and others. So once you click on it, Google Classroom will be listed there. So if you already log into your Gmail, it's even easier. You just click that, and then when you find Google Classroom, it's in the next slide. When you find Google Classroom, you click on it, it will take you to the classroom. So that is how it is. So once you click the other top corner, you see my photo. In ideal situation, when you see the email, you see like a photo, like my photo. I open there. Then there are those 9 apps. So once you click, you're going to see the list arranged like that. They're always arranged alphabetically. So I click on Google Classroom. That is how you can access through your email. But you can also access it the other way, as I say, where you just go to classroom.google.com. Next. Now, on signing into the classroom space, you will find a plus in the top right corner. Okay? If you're already in the classroom, this one we're already in the classroom. It's like you've already entered inside here. So you are going to see a plus, and under that plus, it now shows the classrooms that I am enrolled in. Okay? For example, these classes, now let me explain. The classes are like the courses. This semester, you have, say, 7 course units. For example, BCP. For the postgraduate, I think they have 6 and 6. First semester, you have 6 courses. The following semester, also 6 courses. So I'm being careful here because there is a difference between courses and programs. The BCP is an academic program, it's not a course, okay? When they ask you which course are you doing and you say, for me, I'm doing BCP, that's wrong. You are doing a program called Bachelor of Counseling Psychology. The courses are actually what you people call course units. They are called courses. Now, every semester you will be doing many courses, like depending on your specialization. If you are in BCom, if you are doing a postgraduate in SML or BCP, it is 6. First semester, 6 the following semester. So the 6, each of these courses is a class on its own. Just like you come for class, we are coming for maybe Bible study. We are coming for critical thinking. That is a class. So when you have to join them, the first thing is after logging in, you will join them. So they will share with you the link to your email, university email, to join the classes. For you, you cannot see the classes for that particular semester unless you join. A 3-year course, which are 6 semesters. So when you finish first semester, the next classes you will join later. You cannot join all the 6 semesters at once. You will be joining on an incremental basis. 6 this semester, 6 the following semester. So joining that, when you finish this one, you go to the next one, you will join again at the beginning of next semester. And then you will join again at the following semester. You will keep joining like that. So once you've joined, the other 6 remain. They don't go away because you are still there. Okay? But it can be archived so that they are now inactive once you finish. But it can still remain. So that's how you join. Now, once you join the classes, I want to give you like an example. You see on the site here, those are now the courses for that particular student. That was mine. Those are the courses that I started with the first semester. Okay? Now, if you click on one,
please share the screen.
You want to see what is in that class. So if there's a class in the afternoon, the timetable will be communicated to you. So if there is a class in the afternoon, what happens is you see that stream, and then you see classwork and the people. So the people are the students in the class. You are able to see all their names. If we are a class of 10 students, you will see all our names. And all those names are connected to the email. They don't just enter if the student has joined. If the student has not joined, it will not appear there. Then you will also see a teacher. Teacher will be labeled a teacher, but the teacher has more roles to create courses, put contents, upload ebooks. As a student now, those things will come in the stream. It's like on Facebook, when somebody uploads his photo and now enjoying orientation at the University of the Sacred Heart, then now other people begin to see. So the stream is what you students in that class will be seeing. So the lecturer can decide to post that today. We want to have a discussion on governance of small, medium enterprises. So for you, you will have to start discussing. The comments you make there comes in the stream. So the stream is like the news feeds on Twitter, maybe like the stream
Madam, you're most welcome.
Good afternoon, members. I'm Ms. Florence Piloya, Head of Library Services. I own a Bachelor of Library and Information Science. I also graduated with a postgraduate diploma in Strategic Management and Leadership of the University of the Sacred Heart. I'm an alumni, and currently I'm finishing my master in Library and Information Science of Makerere University. So this orientation guide is prepared by us, the library team. It's going to be a brief one, but for the practical session, we shall arrange and we do it in-house. So the library, we welcome you to the library. In our library, we take you as, you should take us as a learning partner. We provide resources for learning, teaching, research, academic, and for academic success. We also provide access to a wide variety of resources. We have printed resources and also electronic resources. Currently, we have over 10,000 print resources and up to about 25 million e-resources, ranging from textbooks, Gray literature, science book, and we also have them. We also have the same in electronic, in a digital format. Our opening hours, we are open during weekdays. We are open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And on weekends, we open at 9 a.m. and close at 4 p.m. We are closed on every public holidays, but we can still open on special request. So the services we offer, the various sections in the library, we have the circulation desk where borrowing and returning of books takes place. We have the reference librarian who will provide reference services. We also have the periodic section that have journals and newspaper. We also have reading area, a very conducive area for your reading. And we have the help desk. And we also have a reserve section where we keep books of high demand, but few in numbers. So the services offered in the library. The first one is the circulation. This is where you will have the privilege to borrow our book, where you will also return it. We also provide books recall. Books recall is where when you borrow a book and someone else or a tutor needs the same book, we will ask you to bring it back. We also carry out book preservation. You can call us on that desk and ask for a book to be preserved for you. We also do interlibrary loan. Maybe when you request something we don't have, we will have to look for it from our sister library. And we have reference services. This is where we answer all your reference queries. This is the help we give you to research the resources. We also provide referencing assistance. Maybe you need an assistant on how to reference, which literature to cite, what we also provide this help under these services. Then we have user education. That's why I said we will have an in-session to train you how to allocate our books and how to navigate our databases. So the resources available in the library, the print resources, we have the textbooks, we have reference books. These are books that provide information, as a brief information about other books. For example, we have the dictionaries, we have encyclopedia, we have yearbook, we have even the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, and many others. And then we have newspaper and other periodicals, we have magazines, we have theses, like dissertation of thesis of other students and also other students from other universities who donated some for us. And we have a gray literature. These gray literatures are, most of them are African publications. They are books you don't read to pass exam, but you read to maybe to acquire some other knowledge for your own benefit. And then in the electronic resources, we have e-books, we have e-journals in various databases. And we also have a database called Research for Life that again have some other database embedded in them. And we have in the databases, others are on open source and others are restricted. The open source databases, anyone, you can access it at any time, but the restricted one, you will have to acquire a credential from us upon registration to be able to access it. And then the reserve section, I said before that these are books which are few in numbers but highly demanded. We keep them somewhere and give them out only on special requests. Maybe when a lecturer referred you to those kind of materials, that's when we'll make it available to you. The library membership, I'll talk about membership and registration. It is mandatory for all our users to be registered, and it is a must. We have two types of membership. We have external membership. This external membership, they're not like members of our institution, but they also use our library. They are mostly comprised of community members, researchers from other universities, or even others come from outside Uganda. And then the internal, we have our students, the academic staff, administrative staff, and other authorized university members. So if you don't register with us, we will treat you like an external member. The registration requirement. For us to register you, you'll have to prove that you are a student by providing us with your student ID, or if you've not yet acquired a student ID, you can bring for us your admission letter or any other documents that prove that you are really admitted and our student and you are continuing. And after registration, we'll provide you with a library access card, which we expect you to carry it every time you're going to access the library. It's the only thing that will show to us that you are registered and you are an internal member of the library. So I'll talk about the borrowing privileges and loan duration. For undergraduate students, we will give out at least 2 books at a time for a duration of 7 days. And then for the postgraduate, you can take 2 books at a time for a duration of 14 days. And for the reserve material, we only give it over the night. Or we advise you to pick it maybe on Friday and bring it back to us on Monday, because we also want to encourage equal use. Okay, so go back again. Yeah. Okay. Book retrieval, our book retrieval system. Our books are well-arranged, properly classified according to the Dewey Decimal Classification. For you to search a book, which the Dewey Decimal Classification, it's a system that organizes the entire knowledge into 10 main classes. As I've summarized below, like from 000 to 099, we find it's the general knowledge, things like computer science, information, and many others. From 200 to 299, there are religions material. And then from 300 to 399, we have social sciences. It's missing 400, which is for language. And then we have 500 to 599, which is for natural science, things like mathematics and other things, and physics maybe. And then 600 to 699, it's for applied science and technology. And then we have 800 to 900 for literature, and then 900 to 999 for history and geography. So for you to access, this is how we give the class, those figures there, we call them the call number. It will help you to access the book from the shelf. You will first have to search our catalog because we classify them and we arrange them in the catalog. You'll have to access our catalog. You note the call number of the books you want. You allocate the shelf. The shelf is also labeled. Then you retrieve the book. For the practical session will be given when we organize the in-house training, maybe next week. So for all this, also for the e-resources, we also group them according to their discipline. As I've summarized a few of them here, but we will learn more when we go for the in-house training. Library ethics and fine. We have a whole document on library policy and rules and regulation, but I will summarize for you a few here, like what you are expected to do. We expect you to respect staff and other users when you're in the library, and we also expect you to maintain silence, as you might be there and other people will also be reading. We also expect you to handle our books with care. We expect you to return our borrowed materials on time, and we expect you to cite source, use information ethically. Keep your library access card safe, as we will not serve you without the card. What we don't expect you to do not damage or steal our book. Some people are fond of removing some pages of book, writing, and our books. We don't encourage you to do this because when we get you, it will not be easy. We don't expect you to share your card with someone, like you give your card to someone to come and deceive us and get services when the person is not registered. We don't allow eats and drinks in the library because it will attract rodents that will destroy our material. So we also advise you to avoid plagiarism because we also follow the copyright laws and authors' privileges. Okay, our fine. We charge some fines for defaulters. For example, for overdue, when you exceed I gave you the borrowing privileges and duration of loan. When you exceed that duration, we will charge you some slight fine. For example, for undergraduate, when we give you our books, we give you 1 week to return it. When you exceed 1 week, it will keep compiling 1,000 shillings for every week. For postgraduate, it's the same, but for books on reserve, when you exceed the 1 day, which we give you to read overnight, or we give you over the weekend, you will attract 1,000 for every day. When you keep it for 1 more week, you'll give us 7,000. So, important reminder, please register with us to be able to access the resources and return our books on time. We don't want to have trouble with you. As the librarian, we are all at your disposal. Anything you want to get help from the library concerning literature search, database navigation, anything, you can ask us. Our contact is below there. You can contact me on that number, or you can contact my colleague called Planier Perpetua team on that number. Our email will be provided during the in-house session. WhatsApp message. If you need some book and you are not here and you fail to download it by yourself, send us a WhatsApp. We will download and send the link to you. So we encourage you to use the library. Please read, research, discover, and succeed. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the library team. Questions? No questions? If that is the case, then let's hear from the next. Okay.
You're required to name and sometimes what yet you need a what
Thank you.
Immediately. And as you say, you will not be able to hear it when you know it, because you don't know it.
Yeah. Thank you. If there is nothing, let's hear from the Quality Assurance Officer. Madam Lucy, you're most welcome.
Okay, good afternoon. I think I've already introduced myself earlier on. I'm Ms. Lucy Achiero, the Quality Assurance Officer. I want to start off with a key message that will guide me throughout the presentation, that quality education is a shared responsibility. So we all have a role to play in ensuring that we attain quality education. So the students have a role to play, the lecturers and also management have roles to play, as well as the regulatory bodies. So like you've been told, just maybe somebody might want to come to me later on or discuss with me something. I hold Bachelor of Science in Economics and Masters of Science in Agri-Enterprise Development from Gulu University. And I'm currently also pursuing PhD in Agri-Food System from Milan in Italy. And I'm awaiting defense and graduation. So I'm sharing this because we might be having students of agri-systems who may want some career guidance or to interact. But I'll also be interacting with students of BCom and also students of strategic management and leadership later on. So this Office of Quality Assurance is something that we at University of Secretariat take very seriously. And I believe maybe even some of you might have not come across this. So it's important for us to understand just briefly about what quality assurance is all about. So quality assurance is a systematic process of ensuring that university activities meet established standards and continuously improve. So the regulatory body expects us to keep on improving as time goes on. For instance, when they come to do monitoring, maybe they expect that the next time they come, they should find when things have improved, especially areas where there were gaps. So that is why Quality Assurance Office is always continually getting feedbacks, and that helps in making informed decision. So at the university, normally, quality assurance focuses on these few key areas. The first one is quality teaching and learning, of which there are so many factors that contribute to quality teaching. For instance, the quality of lecturers, okay? And also the quality of students. And that is why always when you're being admitted, there are always entry requirements. For instance, if you don't have a background in sciences at A level, you cannot be admitted for medicine, because if you go there, you'll begin seeing stars, isn't it? Because that is not your line. And also the quality of lecturers. So now that anybody who is lecturing a certain level higher, and that's why when you see staffs being introduced, most of them, they are still what? Pursuing higher education, that they can also upgrade and meet the requirements or even exceed requirements. So the dean has already shared with you credentials of the key lecturers who will be teaching you. So you are at the right place. And like University of Secretariat is very strict, because for us, all our staffs at least have master's degree. That is the first line. So at least you are sure that you're going to get quality education. Then secondly, quality assurance looks at fair and effective assessment. So assessment in terms of, there should be fairness in terms of assessing you, giving you marks and everything. What you get is what you should earn. If you have gotten a retake, somebody should not say you have passed when you have gotten a retake. That's why it was emphasized that you earn a retake. They don't just give it to you freely, okay? And then also quality academic programs. So quality academic programs means we are running programs that are accredited only. Of course, we are having other programs that we have developed and submitted, but we cannot start admitting students for those programs if they have not yet been accredited. Are we together? And also we have to ensure that all the programs are updated. And that is why even on the website of National Council, you can even go and search and see University of Secretariat, the programs that are accredited, that are still active, okay? And that is why in the past we heard of expired programs in other universities, which is not nice, because if they have a quality assurance system, they should be able to know that this program now has reached the time for review and all that. Then student support services has already been mentioned. You will have counseling services, the other services that have been mentioned. All those things contribute to quality, like the library resources and everything. Then learning resources and facilities, like the computers. For instance, you cannot study maybe computer-related course and you spend 3 years without touching a computer. That does not make sense, isn't it? Yeah. So, for instance, you're doing agri-system, and at least you should practically go to the farm, and then maybe you go to an institution where they don't even have any plot. You just keep learning things theoretically, that you have to space maize like this without doing it physically. Do you think you will go out and help the farmers? You cannot. All those things, the learning resources and facilities have to be in place. Then the compliance with university policies and standards. So quality assurance looks at everything. Like, for instance, everything that we do, we have to comply with the policies and standards. For instance, if the student knows that, if we give you the student handbook, which means that the next time if we find you, for instance, maybe cheating in an exam, we shall just open that book, that page. We say, we gave you this and you know all these rules. So we ensure that every activity that happens within the university, every stakeholder, be it the lecturer or the student or a management staff or anybody, complies with the policies and standards. Then quality assurance also looks at continuous improvement. Okay. And under quality assurance, we have to keep a take home that quality assurance is not about finding fault, okay? But it is about improving quality. So quality assurance office, in some instances, some people think that it's just about fault finding, but we normally get this feedback to help us what? Improve. For instance, we keep on doing student evaluation of the courses and the lecturers, so that we give feedback to the lecturers, so that the next semester, if they're teaching, they have to incorporate those comments or areas of improvement. So quality assurance directly affects your university experiences, because it helps you to receive quality teaching, because without quality assurance office, you will not receive quality teaching. I've been to public universities such as Good University, and sometimes if I remember how we treat students here and how we were treated there, there's a big disparity. Some of you who have come for postgraduate, you will even testify later on when you experience our teaching here. Because in other public university, somebody can even come when it is 3 weeks now to exams. That's when the person starts introducing the course. They pump notes, and even whether you have understood or not, to help. Yeah? So you will walk out when you might even have an A in that paper, but you cannot defend it. Yeah. And sometimes when you go for interviews, those people normally they say, let those questions where you have got an A. Then you find a specialist is there and they start firing you. And then you are very green about it. Okay. So that is one area which is very key. And then also quality assurance helps you to ensure that the assessments are fair and relevant. Okay. And then the courses are properly delivered. So assessments have to be fair and relevant to the area which you are doing, okay? And then your academic progress is, so fair assessment and being relevant can be looked at in different ways. For instance, somebody should not assess students who are at undergraduate level the same way they are assessing students at masters. Are we together? In some universities, you find the lecturers are using the same notes for masters is the same notes they're giving for undergraduate students. Have you seen that elsewhere? So that is really unfair, okay? So that is what quality assurance looks at. Then your academic progress is properly monitored. So that is what quality assurance helps you to achieve. And also it helps you to ensure that your concerns are heard. So there is always an avenue. Like for instance, here we have a suggestion box. Even you can use email of the quality assurance, okay, where you can even send things anonymously. So that if you have issues that you feel you cannot physically share, you can share there, and we are always there to ensure that we receive and address it accordingly. Then it also helps you so that university services improve. For instance, you can even put in suggestion box on something, maybe the toilets or even the compound. Like quality assurance looks at everything, okay? Because if the compound is not okay, and maybe you're reading somewhere and then snakes bites you, it affects your teaching, isn't it? Even it affects the people around you. So all these things are interlinked. For instance, if your classes, maybe you don't have working sockets, as students, you have laptops and all, you need to be charging, okay? The security lights, because you're having weekend classes, sometimes you end late like 7, so there is need for security lights also. So all those things are considered under quality assurance. Then your qualification meets expected academic standards. So quality assurance in higher education at universities helps you to ensure that your qualification meets the expected academic standards. Because if you say you have a master's and then another person has a master's, you should be able to do things that a master's, somewhere at master's level is able to do, isn't it? I believe recruiters, some of you even are working already, you are recruiters and all that. Sometimes you get graduates from 2 different institutions who have similar qualifications, but their delivery is different, isn't it? So that is about quality assurance. So quality assurance is very important. That's why some institutions, when people see papers from a particular institution, they always say this graduate, they even select you just even without even interviewing you further, because they know that institution ensures quality very seriously. So briefly, I'm going to share with you what the Quality Assurance Office does. Okay. Quality Assurance Office supports the university through the following things. We monitor compliance with quality standards. We have the quality assurance framework that National Council for Higher Education has, and everyone can access through their website, or even if you want, I can share with you. So we monitor all our activities vis-a-vis their standards, like the qualification of staffs, admission criteria, all those things are there. Then quality audits and assessments. So as a quality assurance, I'm like the internal auditor. So you check, for instance, faculties, if they're having meetings, is there a minute, like evidence. So with quality assurance, everything has to have evidence. And then supporting program quality. So we ensure that we support programs so that they're delivered according to the quality standards. Then we monitor teaching and learning processes. Okay. So from day one, when lectures are supposed to begin, we coordinate very closely with the ARS office to ensure that something which is not allowed. Then as a student, you need to give constructive feedback, okay? For instance, at the end of every semester, we give you course evaluation forms to evaluate every course unit, every course that you've done that semester. So you need to give us constructive feedback. For instance, instead of saying the lecture is very bad, yeah? Because there's that part where you have to give your comments. Instead of saying the lecture is very bad, how about you just put it in a very polite way and in a professional manner? So you'll also be taught communication skills, okay? So you can put it in a nice way that the person may not feel it. You've seen how recruiters send you emails when they are rejecting you, isn't it? Do they reject you badly that your CV was not right, spelling checks or what? They always start with a nice words first, isn't it? They normally first tell you nice things. after a careful review of your work, you are one of the outstanding candidates, isn't it? Then at last now, but for this time, we realize that you have seen those words. You don't feel so bad because they play with your emotions in a nice way. So also lecturers have a role to play in ensuring quality. The first thing is they need to prepare and deliver quality lessons. Okay, preparation is very important. Okay, then assess students fairly. Okay, so assessing students fairly means that you have delivered very well, you have prepared the students for the test. Okay, you also give students time, like proper communication. Sometimes you find in some places a lecturer will just come and say, today we are doing a test, put your bags aside and start, we are going to start, when he has not prepared you. I don't know how many have experienced it before in the places you have studied. So that means that you are not assessing students fairly, isn't it? Because there is need for preparation. Then the lecturers need to provide feedback adequately. So sometimes you submit, you do a test, for instance, and you wait for the whole semester. You even do final exams when you have not seen your marks. So that does not happen in this university. And then support student learning. So they are supposed to keep on supporting you. If you have issues, you need to contact your lecturers. But don't miss classes and then you start giving headache to lecturers, okay? Are we together? If you're doing your part, you're always attending classes, even the lecturers can know you. So especially the online students, sometimes you have just put the phone there, you're online, but physically you're just doing something else. It happens a lot. Sometimes you're driving, you're doing what? You think you are smart, but you are putting yourself at a disadvantage. Do you know there are some classes, there are some contents, or there are some course units, even just listening to it, how the lecturer is discussing it, or how your colleagues are discussing it. If it comes to exams, like for instance, postgraduate, we normally don't look at like you need to produce the notes or the everything. Applicability. So that will help you to apply it even at the workplace and everything, okay? Then university management also have a very critical role in ensuring quality. They need to provide resources. For instance, if maybe a faculty writes requisition, so management has to quicken the process, isn't it? So that the things that are needed for quality learning are available. They need to develop policies, okay? For instance, now we are talking about AI. So what is the policy on AI? Then monitor performance of the staffs, the performance of students. That's why Senate is there. We always monitor performance of students and say, why is this course unit always having students getting what? Retakes. So all those things, we ask those questions. Then it is the management supposed to support continuous improvement. Then also now, the Quality Assurance Office has roles to play, to monitor quality standards, identify gaps, collect evidence, okay? Because now when we are reporting, we need evidence-based decision making, isn't it? The students of data analytics will do this a lot. You need evidence-based decision making, you need data. And say maybe out of, we have this challenge, this is the statistics, so we are proposing this, okay? And then we need to support also improvements. Next. So we have seen that we all have roles to play. So what do we expect from you as students? Okay. So as students, you are expected to attend lectures regularly. With, at least if you are going to miss classes, communicate to the lecturer, okay? Sometimes you just see students texting you, that's so and so said she will not be available for this reason. Like, why do you have to transfer it to someone else? Normally, when I'm out, I always say, for us women, if your man he has made a, it is better he tells it to you himself, other than you again just finding out. Eh? I don't want to use the word bullied, or the student found me, I was having an online class in that room there, computer lab. And he chased me away thinking I was a student also. And surprisingly, he was a student of strategic management. I had already taught them, but because it's an online class, they cannot tell that this is the lecturer. Because the way people appear online may be different, but so me, I was just this tiny girl and I was like, this must be a student. He chased me. I just walked out. I was in for a meeting. I carried my laptop and walked away. Then the day we were now doing evaluation at the end of the exam, when I was introduced as a lecturer, Madam Lucy, I saw how the student was shrinking. He came to me, but I had not. I just smiled and I told him it's okay. So respect is very important. You don't need to know somebody before you can respect them, okay? Then you need to follow university rules and regulations. I think these rules and regulations cuts across. Who doesn't know that cheating is not allowed anywhere? Do you still need rules to know that you don't need to cheat? Okay, you need to take responsibility for your academic progress. So nobody's going to do things for you, okay? And you need to seek assistance when you face challenges, okay? So you need to be an active participant in your learning, not a passive recipient. Next. So this one, I'll just go over it. It's not something very big. You need to know your program very well, okay? What is the name of your program? Some of you, somebody was introduced and still doesn't know the name of that program very well. Because you are the ones who are our ambassadors, isn't it? When somebody asks you, which program are you doing at the University of Secretariat? I'm doing business intelligence and something. Yeah? You see how it sounds? You should proudly pronounce your program very nicely, okay? So now, instead of saying data analytics, you are saying data analysis. So all those things, you need to have them at your fingertips. Then program duration, you need to know how long your program is taking. And then the courses you are supposed to undertake in a semester, you need to know. Then credit requirements, assessment methods, and then all these things. The graduation requirements, I want to come there because some students, they finish classwork and disappear when they still have research and everything. So if you don't finish research or special project for postgraduate, you will not graduate because it's a graduation requirement, okay? So you need to know the relevant academic regulations also, okay? So you do not have to wait until your final year to discover what is required for your graduation, okay? Yeah. So because every program has its own graduation requirement. Let's go next. There are certain key things that within the 30 days that you're starting at University of Secretariat, you need to make them your priority. The first thing, confirm your registration. At least you need to register so that we know you're our student, isn't it? Then you need to understand your program very well, how it runs, which days, okay? Know your timetable. This one is very key. There are those students who are very disorganized. They keep calling. Which course student are we going to have next? Have you seen those people? Which classes are we having after lunch? You are supposed to have your timetable and know. Okay, so that you don't begin disorganizing everyone. For instance, you are having online class. Somebody is calling you, you are using your phone. The person is making you to jump out of the class. Okay, so you need to know your timetable and have it with you. Then you need to attend lectures regularly. It's normally these people who do not like attending lectures who keep on disturbing people. Last semester, some students, because they are always irregular, they missed exams because the exam was what? Changed, the timetable was slightly adjusted because of some issues. And they had to miss the exams because you don't even check your email. So for a university student, I expect all of you every day at least to be checking your email and log into your email from your phone because you're always online. But when it comes to emails, you begin giving excuses. I've not seen the email. Okay. Then you need to know your lecturers and the department they are in. Okay. At least endeavor to know your lecturers. At least I can give excuses for postgraduate, because some of the lecturers are away and you may not be able to see them even in the entire period, or you can see some of them. Then you need to learn university rules and regulations. And then you need to locate important university facilities, okay? You should know where you can get some help when it comes to certain things. Then you need to establish a study routine. At least as a student, I know some of you are working, okay? For instance, my sister there is a nurse in Lacho, and we know sometimes the work routine is also very hectic and all that, but you need to spare some time and know that for this 1 year that I'm doing postgraduate, I need to sit at night maybe and work and read. If I tell you sometimes I sleep at 1 or even 2 in the night, and yet I'm a mother of 2, I need to go back. I don't have even a maid, by the way. For the past 2-3 years, I don't have any maid. My staffs here, no. But I balance. Once they are asleep, I go and start work on my research and the things I'm supposed to do. So you need to have a study routine. There are no excuses, okay? Then you need to participate in student activities. Sometimes you need to have group discussion. It helps a lot because certain things a lecturer can teach, but even your colleague can make you understand it much better, okay? And then you need to ask questions when you need help, okay? When you have some issues that needs some support, you can ask, okay? So within the 30 days, ensure that all these checklists, you have ticked them, okay? I think you can go to the next slide. Then we need, as a student, there are 5 habits that you need to have to call yourself a quality student. The first one is punctuality. You need to respect time. The second one, you need to be very honest. Maintain academic integrity. We have talked about academic integrity now for long. Be responsible. Take ownership of your learning. Be respectful. Okay? Treat everyone with dignity. Then be proactive. You need to ask questions, seek help, and give constructive feedback. For instance, a lecturer is teaching in class, you have not understood some concept, but you're fearing to ask. You wait when the person has gone out, then you start asking. And then to your surprise, another person will tell, I also didn't understand, but I was fearing to ask. So such things are also there. So you need to ask questions always. Next. Then on attendance and participation, this has been made very clearly by the AR. Regular attendance contributes significantly to academic success. For instance, in postgraduate especially, sometimes attendance and participation earns you some marks, even sometimes 10 marks, okay? Because you cannot say you are not attending classes actively and then you want to get 90 something. That is impossible because in the classes you are supposed to discuss certain things, okay? So you need to attend scheduled lectures and practical sessions, arrive on time, participate in discussions, okay? Complete practical and group activities. You need to participate, don't just wait to write your name. Then ask questions when concepts are unclear, okay? Because there are certain things that to the lecturer is very easy, okay? But to you, it is not very easy because some people may not be from a certain background, okay? But you now need to understand some concepts very clearly, okay? Then you follow up on missed learning activities. If you have missed something, you can follow up with the lecturer and you'll be helped. So you should know that good attendance plus active participation always leads to better learning. Then on academic integrity, I'll just only touch on the things that were not mentioned. You need to submit your own work, which is your original work. Then acknowledge sources, okay? Nowadays in journals, even there are some work, if you've maybe gotten help from AI, you need to declare it now, okay? Then reference information correctly, okay? Some of you just put references incorrectly. You just cite something, then you just put a reference, thinking that the lecturer will not know. But some lecturers who are serious, they can always know that this is the wrong citation. You have cited, but this person did not say this, and this does not even exist in this person's paper, okay? Then ask for clarification when things are unsure. Then follow examination instructions. So this comes a lot during malpractice and all that. You need to follow the exams rules, okay? So the issue of somebody sitting exams in place of somebody has already been talked about, I think, by the DVC. So the things that you should not do, okay? So up there are the things you are supposed to do, okay? The things that you should not do, the first one is plagiarism, okay? Copying work without acknowledging the sources, okay? If somebody has said bread is soft in 2022, you need to say who has said that, okay? If you want to supplement that, Okello also confirmed that bread is soft, especially bread from Patiero. You now need to add the source also, okay, to make it more interesting, okay? However, maybe for me as a Chiro, I found that the bread was soft, but not to the extent that this one was putting. So that will bring the niche for your study. Then you do not have to copy another person's work. This has been emphasized. Then you don't have to cheat in exams. For us here, we emphasize the issue of academic ethics very seriously. So the issue of cheating in exams is not allowed. Okay, whether you're doing long neck or which other strategy, you all know those things. Okay, submit work prepared by someone else as your own. Do not try to do that. Recently, I saw some professor who has been, I think he has been published, like he was removed and he's not allowed to be in, I think from Harvard over one professor, because he was publishing students' work as his own, okay? And then also, he has been, even the work that he did for his PhD was not his own work. You see? You see something that you did like 10 or 15 years ago is still following you. So there are always procedures that people can do to check. You can win the first time and you think you are smart. So academic integrity is something that has put so many people at stake, okay? So let's take it very seriously. Never submit anybody's work. For instance, those of you who are doing research, you're going to be doing special project. You just download some work which was done in Kasese. Then you just edit Kasese, you remove Kasese, you put guru. Some of you do those things. It is not allowed. You can just get some ideas from there. You change to suit what you want to do, okay? But not to change the whole thing. Everything is just the same. It's just the name only which is different. Then falsify academic information, okay? Then impersonate another student. Impersonation has been discussed here for so long. Everyone was talking about it. Like the librarian said, using somebody else to go and read instead of you, using your information. You can be arrested and you just rot there in jail. Then responsible use of AI and technology. I thought of touching some bit of it because I know the IT has already talked about it. We know that technology and AI can support learning when used responsibly, okay? We are not saying that you should not use these things, but use them in the right way. I know your lecturers will empower you on how best you can use them. So you can use technology to understand difficult concepts, okay? Like when you already have an idea, just type and say, I'm not understanding this. You give proper prompts to just guide you. Then brainstorm ideas. It helps you in that. Then it helps to improve your learning. It helps to check grammar and presentation. Sometimes like Grammarly can help you. You have written your coursework, you can put there to check your spelling, okay? And then explore additional resources. So you need to avoid presenting AI-generated work as your own work where prohibited, okay? Because English from AI, we can even read and just see. Because there's a way AI writes its own things. I don't want to mention it because you'll be wise to edit those things, okay? So avoid fabricating references or information. This is what I've talked about. You cite and say this when it is not true. Okay, avoid using technology to facilitate examination malpractice. Okay, then avoid becoming dependent on AI instead of developing your own skills. Don't over-depend on AI. Where you can avoid, do your own work. Do research, read those things, summarize those things. okay? And you will find that you are really developing very well in that career of yours, okay? And that's why in other universities, like UMI recently, somebody told me, when you're going for defense for your master's, they don't allow you even to project a slide because they expect you to know your work. You come and say, I'm doing a research in this is my topic, this was my objectives, and these were my findings. Because they expect you to know your work, where you did it, the sample size, how you got it, you have to explain it physically. But some people, when they call them to come and present their work, the person is even reading everything from there like this. He's not even looking at the audience. And when you fire them 1 or 2 questions, they even feel like shrinking. And you, the supervisor, you just feel like dying sincerely. Okay, so you should always be good students. Like the dean first has already talked. All our students, when they go out, they really do great things. So always follow your lecturers and university requirements on AI use. Okay, next. Okay, so I want you to know that as the quality assurance office, we consider your feedback so much. Okay, so we consider students as very important partners in improving university quality because you are the ones who experience our services. Okay, so you may be required to provide feedback on teaching and learning, which we do at the end of every semester, course content. Okay, like when we are doing reviews of programs, we normally call students who have studied that program to give their input. Okay, then assessment, learning facilities. Okay, so the learning facilities, you can give feedback on the library, give feedback on maybe the IT, okay, maybe the speed of internet, and all those things you can give your input, okay, or your feedback. Library services, ICT, student support system, okay, administrative services. If you're finding difficulties, if you're finding issues, you can always report. You can even report anonymously. You can write something and put on my desk or put in the suggestion box without putting your name. Nobody will know that it's you who has written it, okay? So that is about your feedback. So when giving feedback, you need to be very honest, be respectful, be specific on what you want to report, and then you have to be constructive, okay? So for instance, instead of saying the lecture is bad, like if you say it's bad, like bad in which aspect? If you say more practical examples would help us understand this topic better. You see, you are saying the same thing, but the second option is better, isn't it? Because we are now pinning out the real issue that maybe the person was not using more practical examples, or maybe the person was using examples of 1980. Okay, and yet we are in 2026. So the Gen Zs, they want what? Relevant examples, isn't it? So I'm moving towards now the end. Then on student evaluations, so you may be also asked to participate in student evaluations, lecturer evaluations, student satisfaction surveys, program evaluations, and other quality improvement exercises. So why you need to participate? Because your feedback helps the university to determine their strength. We identify gaps and improve teaching and learning, improve services that we give you, and then we make evidence-based decisions. Wow. So, your honest response is very important and can contribute to improvements for you and future students. Are we together? So for instance, you are in year 1, maybe BCom, let me say that example. Then you give honest feedback, okay? So which means the next year, we can even change and swap lecturers. Are we together? And say, this person needs to now take this. So which means you may not benefit directly, but those coming after you will have what? Improvements. Are we together? So that's the major aim. Then issues of complaints and concerns. So if you experience any problem, you need to identify the issue clearly. So you need to clearly understand what happened, okay? Use the appropriate channel. So approach the relevant lecturer or department or office. The issue of hierarchy has been talked about so much here. So if something needs the head of department or the course leader, you need to report properly. Don't just run with a small issue that there are no chalks in class. You run to the VC's office. And yet you have not even gone to the department. You have not gone to the procurement and all that, okay? Then you need to explain the concern very well, provide facts and supporting information. So avoid hearsay, because with QA office, normally we want facts and supporting information, okay? Then we follow the procedure. You need to follow the right procedure. So use the university's approved complaint or appeal mechanism. So all those things are in your handbook. Then when you feel like things are not being handled and yet you have already reported, you can use the next appropriate level, okay? Are we together? You can say, I've reported this to the head of department, but it's not giving me response. Then you can go to the dean, okay? Because he's the supervisor of the HOD. Are we together? Next. So you don't need to suffer in silence. You need to seek help early when you experience them. Don't wait until things have worsened, then now you start coming, okay? For instance, on academic difficulties, sometimes some people even enter a class and they find that this course unit, I think I may not manage, okay? Because sometimes we end up applying because of excitement. The name of the course is very nice. So you can even apply for change of program. Are we together? We have helped so many students on career guidance. They have changed their programs and now they're doing very well and they're happy. Instead of staying where you even end up. Walk in and communicate to the right office, okay? So you need to remember asking for help is a sign of responsibility, not weakness. So don't fear that if I ask for help too much, people will think that I'm not good enough and all that, but it is a sign that you are a responsible person. Let's move to the next slide. Then respect and professional conduct, okay? So it is in the university, especially for the year ones who are fresh, it is where you develop professional character, okay? So you should always respect others, communicate professionally, respect diversity. You should know that people are here from different backgrounds and how they do things are also different. So you should avoid using some kind of words on certain sensitive areas, okay? For example, saying, at your age, why are you not married? You know, such issues are very sensitive, isn't it? Because you never know what somebody is going through, okay? Then you need to protect university property. This is very key. If you go to the computer lab, protect the things. Don't be, again, removing the mouse, going with it, doing funny things, okay? Maintain appropriate conduct in your dressing, in how you do your things, even on social media. Because anything that you do, now you're a student of the University of Secretariat. They will say, student of universities of the Secretariat caught stealing maybe in the neighboring community. You see how journalists can write things? So you need to have appropriate conduct because now you're carrying the name of the university also, because they will find you with university ID in your pocket. So avoid harassment and intimidation. Okay, we don't want to hear cases of students fighting among themselves, doing funny things. Okay, so you need to resolve disagreements reasonably or in a responsible manner. If you have disagreements, for instance, with the lecturer or with your colleague, eat properly. Okay, so the person you become matters as much as the qualification you receive. Okay, So you need not to concentrate only on good performance, but your other aspect of life, how you relate with others, also matters a lot. Okay? And that's why sometimes when a lecturer is called that we need 2 students to be recommended for this job, sometimes they don't even end up recommending the best students, by the way. But they consider so many things. Okay? How you communicate and how you relate with people. So as I move towards the end, I have just very small message for you that do not simply ask what the university can do for you. You need to ask yourself what you can do to contribute to a quality university. Okay? So your responsibility is to learn, participate, give feedback. For instance, if we are coming for feedback and you're not giving us feedback, yet you expect improvements, how are we going to improve if you have not given us feedback? So you need to uphold the standards, respect others, protect university resources, and maintain integrity. Everywhere, integrity is something that you have to maintain even at night when nobody is seeing you. Okay? You need to maintain integrity. So together we can create a culture of quality. Okay? I don't know why this thing was changed like this, but it's okay. So your journey starts here at the university. So you are here to learn, grow, serve, and then you lead. So when you move out of here, we are happy when we see our alumni leading the counseling unit in one of the biggest universities. Okay? So that tells you that at least we are doing something. So quality is everyone's responsibility. Okay? So compliance to quality assurance is a triple win. Okay? And if we don't comply to the standards, it is a triple loss for all of us. Okay? So I think the last, I don't have the last slide. Yeah. So you're most welcome to University of the Sacred Heart. If you have any question, you can raise or you can talk to us on anything that we have presented. Thank you so much.
Thank you, the quality assurance. Before we call the DVC to conclude, we would like to give about 3 minutes only to the accounts department to share with us something very little. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen in the room, thank you and welcome to University of Sacred Heart. I'm by name Ronald Ochete. I'm an accounts assistant at the University of the Sacred Heart. We are already late with our schedule. At this time, we're not supposed to be here already. I will make it as short as brief. Relating to the fee structure, that is one aspect I'll give you. I'll give you another aspect on the mode of payments and other related financial issues at the university. I've been assigned by someone, the director of administration. She's not within the university compound for some other appointments. So I'll try to summarize what she was supposed to give you in just 2 minutes. So thank you once again. All of us here, we have different courses that we have come for. All of them are built differently related to the fee structure. BCom, that's Bachelor of Commerce, is being judged differently from other courses. So you must know the fee structure for your course very well, especially the tuition fee and then the functional fees. Those are the 2 major categories of your fee payments. One, in your fee structure, I believe most of you, all of you, when you were receiving your admission, you got a copy of something related to this. So I believe you might have studied this before. So what I'll be talking, at least you have the concept of it.
Please display for me the fee structure for Bachelor of Commerce. Waste time. As you can see displayed there, for example, we have in two major categories, we have the fee, that is the tuition fee, and then administrative fee. Sometimes if they say functional fees, don't get confused, it's the same thing. So tuition fee is different related to the course. Bachelor of Commerce may not have the same as someone who is doing counseling. For example, for Bachelor of Commerce, you have tuition fee per semester, which is 985. Each and every semester will be paying that amount until your 3 years elapse in this university. This tuition fee will not change anytime. It's already fixed. For the 3 years, you will be paying that tuition fee. For the next intake of next year, in case theirs is changed, yours will not be changed. So this remains fixed for yours for all the 3 years. That comes in the tuition fee. Then the rest are administrative fees. Now, the column for unit, as you see, there are some fees where you pay them once, others you pay them per semester, others you pay them annually. So for the annually, which means you pay 3 times if you are doing a 3-year course. Once, whether 3-year course or a 1-year course, you will pay only 1 time, and always those one. Like for example, you have examination fee. Examination fee you'll be paying per semester because you do exams every semester. So you'll be paying every semester that amount there. Then registration fee also every semester you'll be paying because each and every semester in a compound, in a university for your studies, you have to be registered. So that payment is mandatory every semester. Taking to the next one, like we have technology fee, that is annually. So each and every year, you'll be paying a technology fee once. Those are indicated annually, you pay once, and in the first semester, not in the second semester. For example, this technology fee, if you pay once for this year 1, you'll pay in year 1, semester 1. Don't expect to pay that in year 1, semester 2. Again, you wait up to year 2, semester 1. So that is the understanding of that annually payment. Then we have development fee, rules and regulations, identity card. Those payments are made once and is only in the year 1, semester 1, first semester. If you pay this, you make your payment in the first semester, first year for development fee, don't expect any person to charge you again in any semester, in any year for development fee, and for the rules and regulations, and for the identity card. So those are the basis of the payment, like per semester, annually, and once. Scroll a bit. Citing an example, we have the fee payments, fee payables in year 1, semester 2. As you can see, from the upper section, those indicated annually and once, you're no longer seeing them in year 1, semester 2. That is the meaning of what I've been saying. So we have this and we know how much we are to bill you. Also you must know how much it should be billed. Not if I tell you in your portal, you pay for us 1.5, you must know how the 1.5 comes about. The breakdown you must also understand. So that is a kind of point I wanted you to know. For those, there are some payments that are not indicated here. For example, internship fee. Internship fee is paid once, and it is paid in year 2, semester 1. Year 2, semester 1. So the total amount you pay in per semester, most of them, they will not be the same. So that is what I wanted to say about that. Then the next thing, we have set payment by installment. Most of us, not all of us, we are financially stable. So we have set payment by installments, but please try your best. By the time the exam comes, you're down to 0, because when the exam comes, any balance like 1 shilling, you will not be allowed to get a clearance card. You will not be allowed to set exams. As said earlier by a colleague, that sometimes you have issues. Come early, say it early. Don't wait when it is remaining 5 minutes to examination. Then you run, hey, I have issues like this, I cannot clear. No, try your best. Sometimes you can foresee your future if you're going to make it or not to clear the payment in time. So earlier communication is the best. There are some payments which you can even avoid from this fee structure. For example, late registration, 30,000 every semester. This late registration, you can pay or not pay. For those who can pay, if you fail to register, you will make that payment. And for you to register, you must make full payment of the functional fees. Then 50% of the tuition fee. Then you register. And it is within some stipulated time, always communicated by the academics, always communicated by the academic registrar. I think it's 8 weeks. You will clarify if so. So within that 8 weeks, if you have paid your 100% functional fees and 50% of your tuition, please register and avoid that 30,000. That is also how you can, but that's how you can avoid that payment. Then there are some other payments also you can avoid, like retakes. Retakes, you don't just set for the paper. You'll have to pay for it, but you pay that amount for retake, not like you pay the whole tuition again, the whole functional fee. You'll pay for that retake. So if you don't get retake, you don't pay. That is how you can avoid that also. The rest, as time goes on, we shall understand. The room is very free to ask any question, to understand anything you need. Me, I accept any communication within the official hour. There are a lot of students who have been calling me, asking me, how much am I supposed to pay? But I've tried to simplify that, and I've tried to reduce them asking me. In a way, we make our payment through school pay system. All of you must have the payment codes. So this is an important note, like all your payments must go through the payment codes. You must use the payment code. Don't make any payment without using the payment code. In the process of making the payment, you will see your balance there. In case your balance is not matching with what you think you should pay, please ask. That is what I request from you. If you don't understand anything in what you're supposed to pay, please come and ask. Sometimes you can easily get some people in the office on weekends. Some of us, we don't sit on the weekend, but sometimes we come to attend to students. We are very flexible for that. So that is what I can say. What I dare request you is, please make the payment using the payment codes. Any payment you are going to make to the university, whether it take, whether what, make the payment using the payment codes. Except one payment that you will not use the payment code. That is National Council for Higher Education. That is that you pay in a different way. That is not our revenue. That is not our income. That's the government money. So we pay direct to URA. A colleague will show you how to make that payment and how to get into the process of paying it. And don't even use your payment code for paying that National Council. If you use your payment code, that is our money. It's not the government money. So you will make the payment again if you claim that is the National Council. And in case you make the payment somewhere else, please make the payment, come with the receipt. That one for National Council, come with the receipt. Don't keep quiet with it there. If you pay, we shall not know you have paid because we don't control that account. It's only the university revenue that we control. For example, university income being like the fees you are paying. If you pay from there and you keep quiet from there, we shall know you pay because we have the system that shows you ledger one by one. The last point I want to emphasize is your modes of payment. Sometimes we struggle. You get your 2 million you want to pay. You keep the money with you because you want to come with it here and pay. We have banks, we have mobile money, you can pay. If the money is in your phone, don't waste that withdrawal charges withdrawing the money again. Pay using your phone. You can try it practically. I believe most of us, we are parents and we have made payments through the mobile money. The mobile money is very simple. You dial your star 165. You go to option number 4, which tells you payment. Option number 3 tells you school pay. Option number 1 tells you school fees. Then another option number 1 tells you your student number. You put in that payment code of yours. If you put that payment code, to clarify is your payment, it must bring your name and the university name. If it's not bringing either of the two, or there's any variation, and you proceed, you put the amount you are paying and you put the pen, you will pay to a different university. So please make sure the payment code gives your name, your course, and the university you're paying. You might find in your balance is indicating 1.5, but if you have only 500, put that amount 500. That could be the part of your first installment. So it's not fixed, like if you have a balance of 1.5, you must pay 1.5. No, installment payment until that balance is down to 0. Thank you. We also have other services here. We have a bank is also here at the university, agent banking. So sometimes if you also have your cash, you can come here. You come, we pay. We have the bank here. So we can also make the payment for you using your, but come well knowing your payment codes. That is my request to you. Then also we have other things. We have also university shirts. They're available in our office. If you wish to buy them, they're all available at 30,000 Uganda shillings. You're free to purchase one for yourself, for your university. Thank you. So I invite my colleague to present you how to generate what is called PRN, Payment Reference Number. That's the only number you use for paying National Council for higher education. So please, Fred, you're welcome. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Members online, I hope you can see the screen. So in order to generate, okay, for you to be able to generate the payment slip for the National Council for Education, as the accounts assistant has said, this money goes to the government through URA system. And you should not make any mistake of paying. One thing you didn't talk about is that there is a fine of $200 if you fail to pay 20,000. $200, that's about 700,000. Failure to pay attracts that fine, according to URA. So that is paid at the beginning of, actually annually. Every first semester, you have to generate and pay the 20,000. So for you to generate the payment code, you go to www.ura.go.ug. Okay? URA. Okay. Okay, now once you are here, you go to make a payment. Okay? Unfortunately, members not. Yeah, you click on make a payment. Okay? So once you click make a payment, it will ask you generate a payment slip. Then click here to register a payment. So you click to generate a payment. Payment registration. Now, once that portal opens, you see the types of payment. First of all, you select the payment type. By default, it is, okay, by default, it will be direct taxes. But for you, you will choose other non-tax revenue, okay? Once you click on this, other non-tax revenue, this is other NTR. This is non-tax revenue, but this is other NTR. That's right. So now, after that point, for those ones here, you can see you enter your details, your name, your full name as it is in your academic documents, okay? Where it is written taxpayer name. You have to input your name. For example, we have Mr. Ronald Uchire. Then you put your district. Where do you come from? Now, there are circumstances where we have international students, like foreign students. You have to put the university location, not to waste your time. You put University of the Secretariat is in Gulu. Okay. And it is in Gulu municipality. Unfortunately, URI has never updated the system since the city transition 6 years ago. They have not yet improved the system. So it still shows the old administrative areas. So you will choose Gulu municipality if you don't want to use your address. Then the sub-county, which was Badege division. After that, it keeps on like auto-filling, like auto-sort. Now, once you see those parishes, those are only the parishes in the previous Badege. So we are under For God. Okay? Once you click on For God, you choose St. Joseph, Ubia East, Ubia West. No, we are not.
That's fine. For the sake.
Yeah. Put St. Joseph.
Yes.
Turn to Badege. Okay, we are. Okay, the parish is Badege. And then Negri. We are under Negri village. Okay? Negri village. This is just for demonstration, but you can use your respective addresses. But if you have challenges and you are probably foreign students, you can actually use the university details. You can even come to the accounts department. They will be able to generate for you. After that, now you choose ministry. You can actually put your email ID. Ministry, it is National Council for Higher Education. When you put N, it will take you to National Council. So these are all entities of government, the statutory authorities and state enterprises. National Council for Higher Education. National Council for Higher Education.
Yeah. This.
Okay, once you put the National Council for Higher Education, there's going to be a new dialog box still loading. To the number of students, you put one. It's a bit slow. You put the institution name. Now the institution name, you will have to choose only USHG. When you try to write the entire university, it stops along the way. So you just have to use our abbreviations, USHG.
Sorry, the internet is very slow. That's why it's not bringing the next step.
After that, then you will fill in, the amount will come automatically. When you put only one student, don't pay like at once, you pay per year. Pay for this semester and pay for the following semester. I mean, for the following year, pay per year, okay? Don't attempt to pay like, because you have 60,000, so you want to pay 60,000 at once. Pay per year because you're going to be presenting these things every year, and the university reports to National Council and to the URA every year. So once you pay at once, they will assume that maybe it's a good Samaritan who has offered money to government and goes to consolidated fund. So after that, there are other things which are optional. For example, the name number is optional. You only focus on what is mandatory. The amount, as I said, will come to, unfortunately, it has slowed down. I think there's some maintenance going. But basically, we will be able, in case you have any challenges, the accounts department will generate for you if you come to them. You can actually generate, and it takes like 2 weeks, 3 weeks to expire. So when you generate today, you have to pay within three weeks, okay? So you can generate and pay the 20,000, but you have to make sure you bring the receipt. You rather go and pay in the bank, which is stamped, or in the urgent bank points, which is stamped. Then you present that stamp copy to the accounts office. For them, they will enter in their systems and then be able to reconcile with the system. So for more, maybe because of time factor, you will be able to get more details from the accounts. Always inquire if you have challenges. We are all available. This contact is always available for it. Thank you.
This with the event. It's bad in your photocopy immediately because this slide is disappearing. The other I give them after 2 days, fine. And they immediately pay for photocopy. The photocopy is more permanent than that.
Thank you. Thank you, the finance team, and thank you everyone for your time. I know at this point people are already tired. I would like to now call the DVC to conclude the orientation. Meanwhile, after his concluding remarks, we shall have a group photo in front of the church, and after which we will have a brief tour around. And of course, you'll go and have some times with your heads of departments and deans. Thank you, sir. You're most welcome.
Well, thank you, Assistant Ara. I make a very brief concluding remark because we are all very tired. Let me make a clarification on the presentation on financing. In the morning, we said that what you are admitted for here is called a program. And the little topics you study are called courses. So when I hear finance saying you are paying for this course, no, you are not paying for the course. You are paying for the program. Okay? Because if you are paying 930 per course times 7, how much money will you pay? So let us get that one very clear, okay? And of course, the administrative fee and functional fees are being used interchangeably. In most universities, it's called functional fees. The correct term is functional fees, because they are paid for specific functions. Unlike the fees, the tuition fees, which is for anything. If it is examination, it is called examination fees. It is registration fees. It is research fees. Those are functions. Okay, so the correct term is actually functional fees, even if it is both administrative. I wanted that to be correct so that students don't go out. So, oh, we are paying per courses. Then you pay several millions of shillings, which you cannot afford. Okay, so let us try to use the correct term, right? Yes. So I just want to make a very short concluding remark. People are tired, and I hear that they have still go to what is it, to class or something like that. That is if it is. So I really want to thank the Office of the Academic Registrar for organizing this orientation. I know we could have organized it for 2 days, but probably it's more convenient to have it in 1 day, as he has done. And it is my full belief that all the objectives that he outlined in the morning have been achieved. So I want to thank the students, first of all, for being admitted, because I have not thanked you. You are all admitted on merit. Congratulations. I am the chairman of the admissions board of this university, and I'm the one in charge of academics. So all these things they are talking about, whether it is quality assurance teaching, they subsequently come to me and I oversee them. And I've done this one for 37 years in universities. So that's why I'm very confident that it is quality students who are admitted for quality programs with the quality lecturers. Therefore, you're going to be very successful. Thank you so much. I also want to thank the staff for persevering to sit with us. Where I've been, the staff sit for a very short time and they disappear. But I want to thank the staff here. Every year that we do that, they are very serious because they want to contribute and guide you on how to start properly. So thank you very much, the staff, and for all the guidance that you have given to the students. You will continue to give this guidance to the students, and you will continue to teach them as you have been doing, and very successfully, and they will graduate as very bright graduates of the University of the Sacred Heart, Bulu. Now, for you, the students, you have been given what you need to hear for the start. But this doesn't mean you have had everything. As the dean said, you are going to have more orientation in specific faculties or departments. And the orientation will continue. It is a continuous process in the library everywhere. So wherever you are called upon by the deans, please respond and have all of this. You have been given a framework rules by the Office of the Academic Registrar. The specific faculties have got their regulations within the framework. Okay, so they will be issuing you what you should do. They'll be issuing you guidelines of what you should do, deadlines of what you should do, and they are not necessarily the same in what is in another faculty. So please follow what the deans will be guiding you, because the deans will work within the framework of the regulations. So if you do that, you will not make any error, and therefore you will study very properly. And then I know when you came in here, you just looked at our buildings and said, is this a university? Somebody said, sure, yeah, it's true. Sometimes people do that. Even the parents sometimes come because we are in charge of admission. Say, this is not even the secondary school where my children study are better than this. Tell us. And they walk away. Okay? We say it's okay. But we try to impress them. If they say they want to walk away, they want to go to fancy buildings, that is okay. But I'm glad that you know why you have come here. You have not come to see the bright structures here and there, but you come for something very specific. And I congratulate you for that. For me, I always say, what glorifies a graduate is not the fancy physical structure where he or she has studied, but the knowledge, the skills, positive attitudes, and good behavioral changes that the person has acquired and demonstrate in society for the development. That is what we should get. Even if somebody said, I'm studying in a very decent, don't worry. Look at what is here, what you are going to get out. You've already been given the assurance, okay, by the various people that our programs are fully accredited. They are very good. They have been tailored to international or to national development agenda. You can use them even if you come from another nation. You have been assured that our staff are very well qualified, as you have seen the list, and many more are going to come. It is my role to ensure that only qualified staff are recruited here, because every application for a staff will come to me, and I've got to study and say, oh, this staff is qualified. I one day traveled up to North Korea to assess a staff from Gulu University, to assess their qualification and English proficiency. So I traveled there. So I'm fairly experienced in trying to look at staff who are properly qualified with good academics. And as I mentioned, that you are all qualified, and I believe that the documents that you gave us showing your qualifications are correct. Okay? We base on that, there's a saying you are on merit. Should we, by any odd coincidence, God forbid, discover that you lied to us and then we admitted you, even after 20 years, this admission will elapse and all the qualification will have attained, whether it is bachelor up to PhD, will also collapse. That's the rule. So and I believe that none of you has lied to us. Okay? That's why I'm very confident. So with this short remark, I want to congratulate you once more. I want to thank the deans and their staff, and I want to pledge that we on the administration shall do all what is possible to support your stay here and your study here, and support the departments, support the faculties, and support everybody within our means to ensure that you study here successfully. So I wish you a very fruitful and a good study at this university. Be our ambassadors and stay blessed with this university. Thank you.
We may rise up for the prayer. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Good and gracious God, it has been a long day, but very educative. We ask you to continue blessing us, bless our institution, the management, the staff, and the students. Bless all the people of goodwill. May they continue supporting this university. As we come to the end of the day, bless our way back home, bless our night until we meet you in the morning glory. We ask you this through Christ our Lord. The Lord be with you. May the Almighty God bless you, Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Go in the peace of Christ.
Thank you, members online. The program has closed. Thank you. We shall be able to communicate to you, check your emails tomorrow between 8 to 1 p.m. You will be able to receive the link. For those ones who have not sent, you can send for me an email on it@ush.ac.ug, your private email, so that we can create for you the university email.